Everybody take a seat. We're getting ready to go. Everybody take a seat. Come on in. There's some seats down in front. Okay. All right, let's go. The City Council will convene the City Council meeting. Dr. Taylor, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I'd be mine. Count of three. 1, 2, 3.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Wow, that was
Done, everyone.
a lot of people. Madam Clerk, will you do the roll call, please? And I will say, by the way, that Mr. Reed is excused. He may be late, or he may be excused from the meeting for medical appointments.
Councilmember Sanders?
Present.
Councilmember Penna?
Present.
Councilmember Taylor?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Reed? Mayor Whitman?
Here. Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda as submitted? Anybody?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes 5-0.
4-0.
4-0, I'm sorry, 4-0. Next, we have proclamations and presentations. First is the proclamation recognizing the Indian Wells Gerald Ford Elementary School. Principal John Preston. Is he here? Let me bring this down to you. I met your teacher, Emily, Mrs. Bristow, and she told me about this honor that you had. And so, yeah, can you hold that?
Yeah, teamwork.
There we go. Whereas General Ford Elementary School has been awarded the 2025 California Distinguished Schools Award for their academic performance, reduction in suspension rates, and improvements in school attendance. And whereas established in 1985, the California Distinguished Schools Award remains one of the state's most important ways to celebrate exceptional schools, districts, teachers, and classified employees for their innovation, talent, and success in supporting students. And I'm not going to read the rest, but congratulations for all this. I, Bruce Whitman, Mayor of the City of Indian Wells, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby recognize Gerald Ford Elementary School for their hard work and dedication shown by staff, students, and families. Thank you, Principal Preston. Would you like to say a few words?
Sure. I think they want to take
Okay.
What a great accomplishment. Bravo.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. I'd like to say thank you for the city. And I work with so many. Dina and Ken are in here. Said hi to them. They're very active at our school. I've been at Gerald Ford for 10 years now. Started there in 2015 as the assistant principal. And we have 7 grade levels, TK through 5th grade, and about 615 students. The award, we were top academic in math and ELA, all with a 63% socioeconomic disadvantage rate. The state threshold is 40% for the award, so we kind of crushed that. And we also lowered our suspension rate while increasing our attendance. So it's been a great thing. We're the Ford Falcons, and we have a saying that we are Falcon awesome, and now we're Falcon distinguished.
Be careful.
So I have some stickers for you guys. Is that okay?
Thank you.
They say, "We are Falcon Distinguished, a California Distinguished School, Gerald Ford 2025," and it has a state logo on there.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Let me give you that.
Congratulations. Thank you. For your car. Gerald Ford would be proud.
Oh, great.
All right.
Thank you. Yeah, very good.
The next proclamation recognizes Public Works Week in Indian Wells, and I want to call Mihai Dan up to accept this proclamation and say a few words. He's not a man of few words, but we'll give him a chance here.
Actually, I am a man of yours. Mayor Whitman, council,
Yeah.
and my colleagues and the community. We're so glad to be part of this community and helping everybody, and all at the same time helping you and you helping us to do what we do best. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mihai. Let me read the proclamation. Whereas Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and to public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of the city of Indian Wells. And thank you, Mihai. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But Mihai's a jack of all trades. He's a wonderful worker, and we really appreciate all you've done over all the years. Thank you, Mihai.
Thank you very much. I could have not done it without everybody here. Ken, would you like to say a couple of things? No.
Yes.
Come on, Ken, say something.
What Mihai said is not wrong. We are a small staff, as you can see, and we can't do it without the community's help. You guys have great participation, the feedback, we like it. Sometimes I get apologies for saying you're complaining, but if you see it and we don't see it, it's better that we check it out and it's nothing than we check it out and it's something. So thank you all for your support.
Move down here so everybody can be seen. Yeah, everybody can be seen.
Away from the screen as much as possible. It's the screen that's giving me a problem. There we go.
We now have an update from the Palm Springs International Airport Commission update by City Representative Robert Berryman. Mr. Berryman.
Mayor Whitman, council members, members of the public. If everybody can hear me good? Yeah. There we go. I would like to start out by reading a message from Director Barrett at the airport. It's only one paragraph. And this past year, and he was talking about 2024 here, this past year we focused on expanding connectivity, elevating the traveler experience, and shaping the future of Palm Springs Airport. New routes, airlines give travelers more choices than ever. New dining, retail options infused with local character into our terminals, and major projects took place to make our airport more efficient, inviting, and innovative. At the same time, the approval of our airport master plan, and I will be talking about that later, laid the groundwork for the next era of growth, ensuring Palm Springs Airport continues to serve our community with both vision, purpose, and never losing sight of what makes us special. I will leave the annual report with Angelica at the conclusion of my 1.5 hours of just kidding.
We'll make that part of the record in lieu of the 1.5 hours.
There we go. First of all, I want to thank you for allowing me to serve as the Palm Springs Airport Commissioner from the City of Indian Wells. I have 2 more meetings. June is my last meeting, and it has been a very, very productive term. And I will talk a little bit about that in a moment. I have served on Operations Committee and Noise Complaint Subcommittees, which has been very interesting. Our last Noise Complaint Subcommittee meeting lasted 4 minutes. I was happy to say. And then again, I'm bringing you the annual report. I do want to mention to yourselves and the public that there is a new program at Palm Springs Airport, and it's called Stay and Play. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but you can ahead make a reservation. You have to go through screening, but you can attend the air side or the sterile side of the airport, the shops, the restaurants, if you wanted to see passengers off or welcome friends, relatives that are flying in, you can do that. You do have to go through screening, though. I do want to talk about short-term issues that are going on right now that are going to be important for everybody. The elevator and escalator replacement. We have had a lot of discussion about it, and we're getting bids right now for either a complete renovation of the escalator area in the Bono Concourse and elevator repairs. That's coming up. Runway taxiway maintenance is on schedule, and it is being performed. Retail and dining improvements, it has been absolutely amazing. If anybody has flown through recently, there are new shops and new stores. We're down to maybe, I think, two restaurants that are still yet to open up. But it has a whole new look. And I've been associated with that airport since 2002. I have seen a lot of changes. We get very, very positive passenger feedback. And the last thing I want to report on for short-term issues is a negative, and that is the city is having a very difficult time with staffing shortages, shortfalls, hiring. There's positions, if you look on their online flypsp.com, you will see the positions that are available. They're having a very difficult time filling those positions. Upcoming changes, there has been a long-term problem with the outgoing baggage handling systems. It's an automated system. It was put in maybe 4 years ago. It has never performed correctly, but they have received grant money for repairing that or replacing that out baggage system. And for our travelers from outside of the United States, with the exception of Canada, who they can fly in without a federal inspection facility, the airport is talking about, and they're working with the federal government to establish a what's called an FIS, or a federal inspection facility, that will take flights from outside from Mexico, even from Europe, directly into Palm Springs, where they would have customs officers on staff there at specific gates.
Wow.
That is going to make for a change that is going to come across in the next probably 2 to 5 years. If you have been there, you know that baggage claim and rental cars are like that. They are so close together. When it gets crowded and the passenger counts are up, there is going to be a separation, physical separation of baggage claim and rental car on a short-term basis. And I'll talk about the long-term here in just a moment. I'm going to jump right into the master plan. That is what I have been working on with the city commissioners for my entire this last term. And that is the master plan has been approved in January by the Palm Springs City Council. And it started out, and again, bear in mind, and I would like to have brought all sorts. I could have just talked forever and had maps and everything that we have done. But I have been, like I said, associated with that airport since 2002 and know where it came from and where it has been. And the first presentation, and there was presentation here from Daily Strategies maybe within the last year about the finalization of the plan. But they wanted to shut down the Bono Concourse, shut down the head house, or the front building, which is a National Historic Landmark. They wanted it to, sorry, John Wayne Airport, but they wanted to turn it into John Wayne Airport, one big, long airport that had no flavor, no anything, no views of the mountains. So over the last 2 years, welcome. How are you doing? This is a gentleman that I have worked with closely on Airport Commission issues.
Okay.
And
Councilmember Reed has arrived. I'm sorry I'm late. That's okay.
so what started out as a very dull, bland airport with no character whatsoever in the first plans, we have come through a 2-year process of a hybrid. If you can imagine the mountain views that you get from that airport now, there was going to be a 6-story parking garage directly blocking the mountain views. Okay, that has all changed. And what has been approved by the City Council this last January is a hybrid plan that has now 2 separate parking and rental car structures on the north side and the south side. 2 levels will be underground. There will be only 1 level above ground that will maintain the views. The Bono Concourse will remain, and the additional gates will be where the current Agua Caliente, or what everybody has, it's now the Agua Caliente Concourse, that will be over the next, this is a 20-year plan, will be removed, and there will be an additional about 18 gates that will be accessed from the head house that is there now. I do want to say that all the diagrams, photos are available that are in this book at flypsp.com. There have been numerous public meetings that have occurred that the input we received, even though most of us on the commission already agreed that we couldn't go with that one big, long, boring airport. That just is not Palm Springs. So that is about my presentation. We'll give Angelica the book. And any questions at all?
We'll make that part of the record. Any questions from anybody?
I just want to thank you, Robert, for your service. It's been extraordinary, and you brought a very valuable perspective to that commission, and it shows in the work that was done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Bravo.
Okay, just a couple of notes. Councilmember Reed is here for the record, and we are honored with the presence of Grace Garner, council member, Palm Springs City Council, who is here in the audience and to speak. Okay, next we are going to public comments. Members of the public who wish to speak on consent items or items not listed on the agenda, so not on the pickleball yet, may do so at this time. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Speakers will be alerted when their time is up. Please note that while the City Council values your comments, the Council cannot respond nor take action on matters not listed on the agenda until the matter may appear on the forthcoming agenda. Are there any public comments under subsection D?
Yes, we have 2 comments on the screen. We have Armando Martinez, followed by Maureen Hobbs.
Okay. Yes, sir. Please state your name.
My name is Armando Martinez, and I am here on behalf of State Senator Rosalicia Ochoa Boat, District 19.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Mayor, City Council member, members of the community, it is my honor to stand before you to announce that we have started a mobile office hours. Thank you for your partnership. We appreciate. I was here yesterday, and every month on the 3rd Wednesday of each month between 10 a.m. and 12, we are here to meet face-to-face. If you need to navigate through the state bureaucracy, we are here to be a helping hand. And also, I would love to announce that on May 29th, we will be hosting the very first Indian Wells Town Hall with Senator. You can meet Senator face-to-face, and you can talk about any issues that will affect Indian Wells and the community. And that is, thank you again. We are hosting it here at the City Hall, so I expect to see all of you. We need to fill up the room. So that is on May 29, 6:30 to 8:30. Third, I would love to mention the senator has 10 bills in play at this time. Two of them are have hit the Senate floor. One is on the Assembly, and more to come. Lastly, please use our office as a resource. We are here to help, and thank you for your partnership. And also, in order for Senator to be in the known what is going on in Sacramento, she has created a newsletter called Look Ahead. It comes out every Saturday, and it tells you the description of what is happening, what is on hearing for the committees or the Senate floor. You can just click, and then you can access all the information and participate and support or oppose. So that's all I have. Thank you so much for having me. God bless everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Next, Maureen Hobbs. Ms. Hobbs.
Hi there.
Hi.
It's nice to see everybody. I watch your meetings all the time. It's either online or wherever I see you on the TV. Anyway, so here I am. I own a property down there in here in Indian Wells, down there off of Mountain Cove. The reason I'm here today is because I'm the president of the board in Club View, and I'm tired of not getting answers. And I already know how it works. You can't answer me. But maybe somebody even out there would be able to help me, because I can't get help. Okay, so we've owned down there for about 10 years. When I walk down to the end of our property and I look out in this beautiful mountain, right? We're surrounded, it's gorgeous, right? But I look at the brush that is out there. And I just sent a video to our friend. He's a retired San Diego fire chief. And I sent it to him, and he said, Maureen, I can't look at that. That's anxiety. You know what I'm saying? Because you've got to take care of it. I've called the city here, and somebody, I think by the name of, I don't know, maybe Brian, I don't know. He even drove down there and looked, went into our gate, went all the way to the end and looked. He turned it over to somebody else in the city. That person was turning it over to somebody. I spoke with the fire department in Indian Wells. I can't get an answer. And here's the deal. We don't allow smoking in the condos, on the patios, in the common areas, right? But like somebody said to me, all somebody has to do is, like I tell everybody to go to the dumpster and have a cigarette, but they could go out into that area out there, have a cigarette, drop it, boom, we're done in 2.2 seconds, okay? Because we've got those little 2-story condos that are so freaking old, and they're like wood, right? So anyway, so all I'm asking is if somebody would have and let me just tell you, I was told for years that there was nothing we could do about it because it was land property, and we can't touch Indian Wells land property, right? So I just kind of put it off. But I'm on the board, and I annoy people to death because I do stuff, you know what I'm saying? And so when I look at that brush out there, I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? It's like I lose my mind. So anyway, all I'm asking, and it's called Bureau of Land Management. That's who owns it or something. I don't care who they are. I just want to find somebody to come out there. I even met with our landscapers today, and he told me that he'll give them a bid if they pay for it. But I'm about ready to have to get our HOA to pay for it, but it's going to cost a bloody thousands of dollars. So anyway, that's all I say. I know you can't answer me. I get it. I go through that too.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hobbs. City Manager, could you look into that? Is there another one? Oh, okay.
No, but Mr. Mayor, members of council, I'll be more than happy to follow up with Ms. Hobbs. The fact that she said Bureau of Land Management tends me to believe it's the federal land property. So we can reach out to our member of Congress to assist us in that as well. So we'll follow up with Ms. Hobbs and confirm the land is owned by the federal government. And if so, we'll get out there with our help of our congressman to get it resolved.
Miguel will be here on May 29th, too. Miguel will be here May 29th.
Yes, that's right. But that's state.
Well, it's still state. I mean,
State.
it's something.
So did we get Ms. Hobbs' information? Okay.
Mayor Whitman, we have one last speaker that just added. So we have, let's see, Ellie Marks. This is consent item G1. So yes, this is where we're, G2. Yes, for consent item, yes.
G2.
Hi, most of you know me. I'm Ellie Marks. I've lived in Indian Wells for quite a while. I'm also the founder and director of the California Brain Tumor Association, which focuses on the health effects of wireless radiation. I've testified to Congress on this. I've worked with the Government Accountability Report on their reports to the FCC. I'm pretty well educated and pretty well respected around the world on this issue. And I just noted today that you're going to be talking about a wireless plan. So I'm hoping that I can work with you and I can bring in other experts to work with you on both sides of the aisle to save you and taxpayers a couple of $100,000. So I do hope I can meet with you. I don't think it's going to be final today, is it? Or you're just voting on a possible plan? I hope. So I hope I'm not too late, and I'd like to do everything I can to help you with this and bring my expertise forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. Anybody feel necessary to pull that item for discussion or leave it on the consent? Okay. Anybody else, Ms. Clerk? Any further comments? No further comments? Okay, city manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just two quick items for the community of upcoming events. First is next week at the Indian Wells Golf Resort, we're having banter with Chef Richard Blaze. So a nice barbecue dinner and an evening with him at Kestrel, which is the evening of May 21st, so next week, as well as a definitely community favorite, and that's our Memorial Day event over at the Golf Resort, which will be on Monday, May 26th at 9 a.m. at the Golf Resort as well. Thank you.
Okay, any comments? Questions? City attorney reports and comments. City attorney?
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and hello, Mayor and City Council. As you know, the council met in closed session earlier today to discuss the items described on the agenda. No action was taken that needs to be reported under the Brown Act. However, the council did ask me to note for the benefit of the public that the city continues to negotiate with and explore a potential sale of its easement interest over what was Hole 18 at the Indian Wells Golf Resort, and is discussing that with Renaissance. Thank you. That's all I have, and I'm available for questions.
Any questions for the city attorney? No questions. Okay, next we go to the consent calendar.
Move approval.
Any second?
Second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? No. The motion for the consent calendar passes 5-0. Next, we will move on to public hearings. Okay. For each of the items listed under public hearing items, the public will be provided an opportunity to speak. After a staff report is provided, the mayor will open the public hearing. At that time, the applicant will be allowed 5 minutes to make a presentation. The applicant will, to make a presentation on the case. Members of the public will then be allowed 3 minutes each to speak unless there are a number of persons wishing to speak, and then the mayor may allow only 2 minutes to accommodate for more persons. And I would ask, if anyone has substantive matter to discuss, please feel free to come up and talk. But if it's just simply to, say what other people are saying, just you can come up and say, I agree with so-and-so, or I agree with what people are saying, and we can move along. Before we get started, I've been asked to ask all of the council members whether there have been ex parte communications on matter H1. Has anybody had ex parte? And I'll start. I have had ex parte communications with Mr. Bernheimer and emails from some other members of the public. Is anybody else?
Yes. Without making a decision and simply on a fact-finding mission, on or about January 15th, 2025, Council Member Greg Sanders and I met with Attorney Bernheimer in his office to inquire about his client's opposition to the pickleball courts in Indian Wells Country Club. Thanks.
Okay. Councilmember Sanders, is that?
Yes, that's consistent with the report that I was going to make, and I also met with the city staff about this matter.
Okay.
I've had two very short telephone conversations with Mr. Bernheimer. We have not met in person, and I too have received a number of emails, which I presume everybody got, I'm not sure, from various residents expressing their views.
Okay. Dr. Taylor.
Consistently with Dana. Received emails, phone calls, never met with Mr. Bernheimer, but received emails and phone calls.
Okay. You know, there's nothing wrong with ex-parte communications. It's just that we are required to report them if we have them. Ex-parte meaning outside of the council. Okay. I think we will begin with the staff presentation on item H1. The title is Resolution Approving Modification to Conditional Use Permit Number 2-90-05 to construct and operate up to 6 new pickleball courts at the Indian Wells Country Club.
Sir, may I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
I believe the next item is the same issue. Do we want to hear them together, or do we want to go through this twice? It's not the same issue?
It's not the same issues, really.
I stand corrected.
Okay. Okay. Let's start with our staff presentation. John.
Be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. John Berg, I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Indian Wells, and I'll go through your presentation for your consideration. So,
John, got a lot of people here listening.
I'll get it closer to my mouth. There we go. So the Indian Wells Country Club is shown on the map here. The clubhouse is highlighted in yellow. The proposed location of the pickleball courts is where the star is, the red star you see on the screen. The background information on Indian Wells was founded in 1956. It began as a 9-hole course. It later expanded to 36 holes. And on January 1991, the private membership clubhouse was approved through CUP 295. The applicant is looking to modify that CUP.
Meaning a continuous...
Conditional use permit.
Conditional use permit, okay.
So the applicant is looking to modify that conditional use permit to expand the facilities at his clubhouse to include pickleball. He's proposing to locate it here on the driving range immediately adjacent to the clubhouse, as you can see there. It would be operated consistent with the clubhouse. The hours of operation would be consistent, and that fluctuates throughout the year, but at no time would the pickleball be operated before 8 a.m. and or after 8 p.m. So 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. would be the operational hours at the maximum. It's proposed to be located approximately 400 feet away from the nearest residential property, as you can see there. A quick overview of the site plan will show you that he's proposing up to 6 pickleball courts here. It would include these lights. The lights would be 20 feet high. They're court stadium lights that would be directed 90 degrees down onto the playing surface. There was a photometric study done to analyze the potential impacts of the lighting, and it showed that the lighting would not exceed or wouldn't get any closer than 125 feet from the nearest residential location. So there'd be no light trespass from the lights itself going into the residential property. The site plan also shows a 1,700 square foot paved area for viewing or waiting to play up there in the northwest corner. It also includes 11 parking stalls for golf cart parking down along the south. And it would include landscaping to blend it in with the existing landscaping of the clubhouse and the surrounding golf course, including fan palms, bougainvillea, bluebells, and firecracker plant, among other annual flowers and bushes. The applicant has committed as a design, standard design feature of the project to include a noise barrier fence. It would be 12 feet high and would be situated along the north perimeter, the east perimeter, and the south perimeter of the courts to help attenuate the sound from the pickleball play from reaching the adjoining neighborhood. The noise barrier fence would be attached with a sound attenuating material colored in a tan color. The fence, the landscaping, and the general design was reviewed by the city's DRC, the Design Review Committee, and approved. So I'm going to walk through the analysis for staff's the land use analysis for us, and it's based on the existing zoning and general plan for the area. And as you can see here, the star shows the proposed location within the golf and recreation open space area of the clubhouse. And that is also, it's in a special planning area. So the special planning area is planning area 8. You can consider it to be a specific plan for development of this area. And within that area, it calls out that it's in the RVLD base zone with a golf course overlay. The golf course overlay is generally shown where the hatched areas are of the golf course in the green. And the zoning describes that area, planning area 8.5, as the Indian Wells Country Club is zoned very low density and is overlaid with a golf course overlay zone, which pertains to the 27-hole golf course. It's now 36 holes, but this was an earlier version and it hasn't been edited, but just making that clarification, that it applies to the golf course, the actual golf course holes, fairways, greens, bunkers, that kind of thing, the 27 holes of golf. That's further described as in the golf course overlay in section 2140.20, but here it makes a curious distinction. It says that the golf course overlay is applied to the golf course and any new golf courses coterminous with the boundaries of the overlaid golf course. So this is an important distinction to understand when you're talking about the golf course overlay, because it doesn't apply to the whole area that I just showed you hatched in. It only applies to the areas within the golf course coterminously, and that means on top of each other. The boundaries are the same. The golf course underlying is the golf course overlay overlying. Section 2108.260 is a definition of a golf course in our code, and it says that any part of the lot that is used for golf, including pitch and putt courses, but excluding driving ranges, miniature golf courses, or other similar commercial enterprises. So in this regard, staff believes that it's excluding driving ranges, which is where the proposed facility is being located. This is consistent with the general plan. The general plan land use designations, the general plan serves as the constitution to the city's land uses. It preempts the zoning. It takes priority or precedence over the zoning. The zoning merely implements the general plan, and the general plan is saying that this is golf recreation zone land use designation, and it's intended for the public and private golf courses, tennis facilities, and other typical country club style amenities. Here we have both, or we are looking to have both. We have the golf course, and the applicant's looking to include a new recreational facility, which is typically found in others country clubs throughout the city, which I will show you in more detail later. But as you can see, it's golf and recreation. And just to kind of illustrate, staff's interpretation of the golf course versus the open space golf and recreation area, you can clearly see that the area of the clubhouse and where the driving range is located is separate and apart from where the golf course lays. We consider this to be the clubhouse complex and not the golf course. And then to further illustrate that, I've overlaid the golf and recreation area over the entire area, and the hatched area is where the golf course exists. And so that's staff's interpretation per our code, and it's historically consistent with how we've interpreted it in the past, as I'll go through in a minute, but the hatched area is where the golf course exists. Speaking of historical consistency, I'd like to walk through, because I know it's important for everyone to understand how staff interprets this. This is the location of existing recreational facilities, specifically pickleball courts within other country clubs in the city. This is the location on an aerial map, and this is the location shown on our zoning and land use map. You can see the stars are all within the green areas except for Toscana, which does have a golf course overlay as well. The proposed location is the yellow star that just flew in there at the Indian Wells Country Club, located in the same zoning district. So going through the number of country clubs that have these existing facilities already and how they were approved, just recently in 2022, I know that Councilmember Sanders was on the council and Councilmember Reed was on the council when they came through for a modification to their CUP to remodel their golf course or their clubhouse, which also included adding a resort pool, bocce ball courts, and totally redesigning their tennis and pickleball facilities. They redesigned their pickleball facilities to include an actual clubhouse for the pickleball and tennis court area in this nice pavilion you're seeing here. And it was located, and it is located here in the central part of Desert Horizons. Desert Horizons, just like Indian Wells Country Club, is also in a special planning area. It's in Special Planning Area 2, Subarea 2.1, which describes it being located in an area that's overlaid by a golf course overlay. You can see here in this aerial that the tennis facility, the racket facility, is wedged in between the existing driving range to the left and surrounded by residential homes on the north and the east. It's actually located 90 feet away from the nearest residential homes to the east. To illustrate the zoning again here, it is golf course, golf and recreation, open space, land use designation, and that is consistent with what we're seeing at Indian Wells Country Club, where the special planning area shows it generally all that green area hatched, but as you can see, it certainly isn't golf course. It's used as a recreational facility, the tennis and racket club. The same thing applies to El Dorado Country Club. They're in a special planning area 3, overlaid by the golf course overlay. You can see the location of the pickleball and tennis courts there. Here's a close-up view, and it shows that they are 265 feet away from the nearest residential home outside of the country club and north of Fairway, and also 305 feet from the interior closest home inside of El Dorado Country Club. This is the closest, or the furthest away a pickleball court in a residential property is to existing pickleball facilities within the city. Here's the illustration of the land use. It's within the golf and recreation zone shown on our zoning map. And it's also shown on the special planning area as an area that is potentially available for golf course overlay, as you can see there in the legend. Same thing for the Vintage Club. It's in a special planning area 11. It's 11.1 sub area. It does have pickleball courts and tennis courts there. It's located 177 feet away from the nearest residential property. You can see it immediately adjacent to the clubhouse facilities. Again, in the same zoning, open space, golf and recreation. And these maps were incorporated a little earlier, so they're a little more crude, but you can certainly see that they are in the area which is designated for being available for the golf course, but it isn't in fact used for golf courses, used for recreational facilities. Same thing with the Reserve Club. The Reserve Club has an existing pickleball court within the recreational area, and it's in a golf course. It's in an area that has a golf course overlay. You can see here it's 147 feet away from the nearest residential property. The zoning is consistent with what we've been going through, the golf and recreation zone, and also located again in an area that is prescribed to have the availability to have a golf course, which it does, but it's not in this area. I'd also mention that all of these country clubs were approved in special planning areas, and they have conditional use permits to define where the golf course is and where recreational facilities are occurring. Same thing with Toscana Country Club. It is in a special planning area, sub-area 9, and you can see the clubhouse facility in the middle of the pickleball courts are located in that clubhouse complex, and these ones are actually only located 40 feet away from the nearest residential home in Toscana Country Club. Just to reiterate, the applicant is proposing to place their facility 400 feet away from the nearest residential property. It's not, in staff's opinion, within the golf course overlay because the driving range doesn't constitute the golf course. And here it clearly says that this zone shall be applied as an overlay zone coterminous with the boundaries of the overlaid golf course. For argument's sake, if we even considered that it was part of the golf course and the golf course overlay, this portion of the code that speaks to golf course overlay has a mechanism for amending the golf course overlay. And you can see it in section 214040. It says review and approval procedures. And I'll highlight that for you. The creation of any new golf course or modification of an existing course shall be in accordance with a detailed site plan approved by City Council at a public hearing. And a golf course shall be deemed to have complied with this section if it was approved in conjunction with a conditional use permit. This is the process we're going through. So whether you consider it a golf course overlay or not, there's a way to modify it. And by virtue of approving the site plan at the location that they're proposing and amending their conditional use permit, you've actually done this if you were to approve. So the project also, the city commissioned a noise study to analyze noise impacts of the project because that is a concern that we were hearing from the adjoining neighbors. Section 9.640 specifies the exterior noise standards for residential areas, and the cumulative LEQ, or the 1 hour average that's allowable, is 55 decibels in the daytime and 50 in the nighttime. The nighttime is considered 10 to 7. We're not operating, they're not operating at that time, but daytime is between 7 and 10 p.m. This was a graphic in the noise study that helps to illustrate, the level of noise, the decibels of noise, and kind of their correlating sounds. You can see at the bottom of the scale, just audible would be kind of the rustling of leaves or whispering. Average city traffic up in the middle of the scale is about 80 decibels. It's kind of inferred it's annoying at that level. Rock music at 110 decibels is very, very annoying, and jet engines, of course, are harmfully loud. Again, the city's noise standard is 55, so I will direct your attention to this part of the scale where 55 is generally considered between quiet and comfortable. It represents the noises that would be consistent with a quiet office or normal conversations. So in order to analyze the noise, our consultant went out to 4 different locations at the nearest residential homes and monitored the ambient noise condition there first, and then the projected noise level of the project noise. They started off with the closest to the north along Iroquois, is 575 feet away. The nearest residential property to the east is 400 feet away. That's Noise Monitoring Station 2. Noise Monitoring Station 3 was 470 feet to the northeast there, the southeast. And the closest one to the northwest was over 1,400 feet away. But the ambient noise is basically, if you don't know, it's the noise that is existing in the project vicinity without the project there right now. So they analyzed landscaping noise, golf noise, golf carts driving by. This was all measured over an 12-hour period, and for each hour they were measuring the noise and seeing what the ambient noise level was. This graph here will illustrate that for you. This is the noise monitoring station number 1 to the north along Iroquois. You can see the ambient noise levels are shown in purple, and the project noise levels are shown in yellow there. This is from 8 a.m. to the 8 p.m. time frame. Again, the standard for the city is 55 decibels. You'd be well to notice that during the 8 a.m. hours to about 12 p.m., the ambient noise condition spikes above the 55 standard in some areas. But the project level actually is under the standard at that location throughout the whole day, and you would notice that from 2 p.m. to 7 p.m., excluding 6, you see that the ambient levels finally drop down below the project noise levels. This is noise monitoring station number 2, the closest proximity to the pickleball court. Again, the standard's 55, and same observations that the ambient noise level is higher in the morning than the project level would be, and it tapers off at about 3 o'clock when the project noise level would overpass the ambient noise levels. Still underneath the standard of 55, the project level noise would be 52 dBA. Noise monitoring station number 3, this is 470 feet to the southeast, and the standard is shown there in red. And this was the closest that the project almost met the standard, but it was still just under the standard. So the noise monitoring station number 4, again, was at such a distance that it was really kind of moot. It was barely audible at that range. So before I go on to the next slide, I would just say that all of these noise measurements considered the project level noise without attenuation. So the noise barrier that I described earlier that would surround the perimeter of the project site, it wasn't there in modeling these noises. So without the noise barrier, it doesn't exceed the city's noise standard. Although the applicant has committed to providing that noise barrier fencing, and again, it's going to be the tan color. It would resemble something like you see in the bottom right-hand corner there, but be the tan color. And we modeled the noise, or I should say the noise consultant modeled the noise with that noise barrier in effect and compared it to what I just showed you, which was the baseline condition. So the baseline condition on the left column shows what I just walked through. The control is showing the 6 courts being played simultaneously with the noise barrier. The reduction would be at the noise monitoring station number 1 in the order of 4.5 decibels, or 9% reduction. On monitoring station number 2, it'd be a 5.2 decibel reduction, or 10% reduction. Noise monitoring station number 3, it'd be a 5.5 reduction, and that equals another 10% reduction there. And again, the far and distant one is about an 8% reduction there. So this illustrates, without a noise barrier, basically what that graph was showing. So the yellow area is where I want you to pay attention. That's the city standard. And again, you can see the noise monitoring station number 2 and number 3, the 55 decibel without a noise barrier doesn't quite get there, but it's close. And with the noise barrier, you can see that yellow line steps in considerably, almost halfway within the driving range. So with implementation of the noise barrier, which the applicant is committing to, it reduces the noise to less than 50 decibels at the nearest residential properties. So just to show you that again, that's with no noise barrier, with noise barrier. So in consideration of further attenuating the noise, even though the project was determined to be in compliance through the noise study with or without the barrier, the noise study also included some other options for council's consideration. Option number 1 would be the use of quiet paddles. So quiet paddles are kind of a new thing to the pickleball industry. Basically, there are manufacturing paddles now that quiet the noise of the hitting or the pop of the hitting with the paddles. So that was a consideration they analyzed. They also, They also analyzed an option for reducing the 6 courts to just 4 courts only, and what the associated noise would be with that. And then the third option was looking at those 4 courts and then implementing it with the quiet paddles. The noise control options that I'm showing you here all include the sound attenuating wall being in place as well. But as you can see here, 6 courts with the quiet paddles. Again, the yellow is the standard. The yellow line you see there is the standard. And you can see how much it steps in with the use of quiet paddles. Noise control option number 2 was limiting it to 4 courts. And I would say that was pretty equal to just using the 6 courts with the quiet paddles, as far as where that yellow line is. And then the third option was going to the 4 courts with the quiet paddles, and you can see that the noise standard barely is outside of the court, and the nearest sensitive receptors over there on the east would be perceiving dBAs in 45 to 40, which is a whisper of a well, the graph I gave you earlier, it showed that that's equal to the whisper of a refrigerator. A parking study was also conducted as part of this project and to analyze the needs of the project with existing parking. And so Urban Crossroads prepared it and determined that 251 parking spaces would be required for the existing and new pickleball use. Currently, there's 198 existing vehicle stalls on site, and there would be 125, there's currently 125 golf cart stalls also for a total of 323 total spaces. The project will add, as I showed in the site plan, 11 more golf cart parking stalls, so for a total of 334 total stalls. So the parking study concluded that parking needs were met and no additional parking is warranted. As part of the Planning Commission's recommendation and request is before this item came to council, they requested that a survey be conducted of the property owners for the Indian Wells Country Club and also of the members of the club. They returned that survey and it reported back to us that there was 40 property owners who responded to the survey within a near proximity of 500 feet of the parcel. 24 were in favor, which is about 60%. 15 opposed the project, 37%, and 1 was neutral. It also included reaching out to the club members where they had 336 that responded. 188 of those were in favor, or 56%. 114 were opposed to the project, 34%. Or 34 were neutral to the project, which was about 10%. This is staff's recommendation based on the information I just went over, analyzing the compatibility with land use and also the determination of the noise study that it was in compliance with the city's noise standard. It's recommended by city staff that council open the public hearing, take public testimony, close the public hearing, find the project to be exempt from CEQA, and adopt the resolution approving modification to conditional use permit number 2090-05 to construct and operate 6 new pickleball courts with associated sound barrier fencing, golf cart parking, lighting, drainage, and landscape improvements adjacent to the Indian Wells Country Club clubhouse. Understanding that there's controversy surrounding this project and that we've received a number of comments from the public. Looking at the noise study as well, we are also recognizing that council should consider some additional options if they don't agree with staff's recommendation. Number 1 would be to adopt the resolution, adding a condition that would require the use of quiet paddles at all times or during specified times, or adopt the resolution adding a condition approval restricting the number of courts to 4 courts maximum, or adopt the resolution adding a condition that would restrict it to 4 courts maximum and the use of quiet paddles at all times. Or you could decide to deny the project or provide staff with additional direction. With that completes my summary and my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I do have the noise consultant with us here today, and I believe the applicant's in the audience, and I will open it up to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Berg. I think before we get into any public comment, we will ask if any council members have any questions or comments, starting with Mr. Penna.
I want to hold my comments until after both presentations are done.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question. Is the driving range presently within or without the golf course overlay zone?
So that was, I hope I made it clear, the staff's interpretation of our code is that it's outside of the golf course overlay for the reasons I described, that it's not part of the golf course, the 36-hole golf course, as it's explicitly said in that planning area that it should be, and also that the definition in our code says that a driving range is not part of a golf course. I also Googled it just for fun, and it said they're 2 distinct areas.
Can you put up the map that shows the zoning?
I'm gonna go back through a lot of slides, so I don't have the. Oh, maybe I do.
Is that the map?
I want the map that shows the golf course overlay zone.
It looks
Is
like
that what
Texas.
I'm looking at?
The one that looks like Texas.
Okay, that's the one I'm looking for. Okay, the hashed area is the golf resort or golf course overlay zone, correct?
It's not correct. This is a general broad brush of where the golf course may exist in this area. It is similar to this. Basically, it follows all of the green area you see painted there is broad brushed to say that you can have a golf course there.
Where's the zoning map?
This is the zoning map.
Okay, so the darker green
Correct.
is the golf course overlay zone, correct?
It's circled there. It's golf and recreation, and it can include both. Where the golf course exists is where
The code refers specifically to golf course overlay zone. What are the boundaries of the golf course overlay zone?
they are coterminous with the actual golf course. That means that they're coterminous with the tees, the fairways, the greens, the bunkers, but not outside of that is where the recreational areas can exist and open space areas.
But the golf course overlay zone allows other uses that are consistent with the golf course.
That help with the maintenance of the golf course, yes.
Well, it refers to uses as well, not just maintenance.
Okay.
Well, I'll get to that. So that map apparently shows that the driving range where the red star is within the golf course overlay zone. Is that correct?
This shows it's within the golf and recreation zone. This would show that this area that is also within the golf and recreation land use designation is available for a golf course.
I don't want to belabor the point, but a zoning ordinance has to describe the property that is covered by the zoning ordinance. What does the zoning ordinance say about the boundaries of the golf course overlay zone? Simple question.
You want to answer that? I mean, I think I'm not understanding because I keep saying the same thing. It's coterminous with
You have a zone. You have an overlay. The overlay has to have boundaries.
They're consistent with the golf course itself. The boundaries overlay each other. If you have a golf course here, it overlays it exactly. The boundaries of the overlay.
A map that shows where the golf course is?
That's the problem. We don't. Our maps are not that.
If I may, Mayor.
Let me quote from the municipal code. This is how the municipal code describes the golf course overlay zone. Only those uses and facilities directly related thereto, which are necessary for the operation and maintenance of the subject golf course, shall be permitted. So it includes more than maintenance. It includes operation. It could include the clubhouse, for example. That's necessary for the operation of the golf course, is it not?
It could certainly be included as a part of necessary, but a clubhouse also has recreational facilities inside, restaurants inside. Those aren't not necessarily part of the golf course.
To have a full first-class golf course, don't you have to have a driving range?
I don't think that you have to. That's my interpretation. We might differ in that, and I'm okay with that.
Matter of interpretation. Okay. Thank you.
Mayor and Council, if I may, the City Attorney's Office consulted a lot with staff, kind of stress testing the historical interpretation. And Indian Wells's code is a little unique. John, can you go back one slide? This is the land use designation, the land use map in the general plan. So that's the golf and recreation designation in the general plan. Go forward a slide. When it comes to planning area 8, we have this unique aspect of the zoning where there's this hatched area, which is, I believe I think that's referred to as the overlay zone, it's kind of the first half of the definition, and then can you go forward, John? But then there's this text which says that not everything in the hatched area is the overlay. The overlay is only overlays the then 27, now 36 hole golf course. And then go forward another one, John, and another one. Let's get to the one with the green, the map again, and the red line.
Oh,
I think the answer to your question, council member, is on the slide with the red line with the hatch coming down to meet it. Here's the red line.
That's the one.
And so when you combine the hatched area, which is, go back one, all of that green is the hatched area on the map. But when we have to read that with the text, which John, go forward, show the red line, and show the hatch coming up to the red line. The red line depicts the legal effect of the text. So if you're asking where does the overlay apply, it applies to the hatched area there that, as has been noted, sort of looks like Texas.
Where is that map located within our zoning code?
This
general
visual
plan?
is not in the code. The code is two parts. It's the visual, which shows the hatching cover the whole thing, and it's the text, which says not everything in the hatched area is the overlay.
So this was created in accordance with an interpretation?
Yes.
Not the text?
Yes, and
Okay.
it was created to show the effect of the map and the text together. We can't ignore the text, and so that leads to the interpretation that looks like Texas.
All right, so let's just segue for a moment to the definition of golf course in the code, okay? The definition of golf course is found in section 21.08.260. A golf course is a lot or a portion of a lot used for playing golf, but excluding driving ranges, etc., or other similar commercial uses. So for a driving range to be excluded, it has to be commercial, correct?
I think that's one way of interpreting it, but I would, I guess, argue back that Invited Club, the operators and owners of the property are a commercial business. You have to pay money to be in the club to play the driving range or the golf course, and by virtue of that, it's considered commercial.
Later in this proceeding, we can get to what the definition of commercial is. But for now, isn't it true that other than the 18 holes of a golf course, which would include the tees, the fairways, the bunkers, the greens, there can be other uses that are within the golf course overlay zone?
And sure, that's why I made the observation that our code allows for you to amend the golf course overlay zone by the very way we are going through this process right now.
But without having
Site
to
plan.
amend the golf course overlay zone, other uses can be included in the
Yes.
golf course overlay zone?
Yes.
Correct? Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay. Dr. Taylor, do you have anything?
Nope.
Mr. Reed, Councilmember Reed, or Mayor Pro Tem Reed?
I just have a question regarding the survey that was taken. Did I understand you to say that all of the votes from residents were within 500 feet of the project?
That's correct. The same public noticing requirement we sent out for today's public hearing.
There are 40 residences within 500 feet of the
Well,
project?
it's the parcel, Mayor Pro Tem Reed. The parcel extends beyond the boundaries of the actual physical facility. So it captured a greater distance because of the parcel.
Okay, and the second question is, did the city do the survey, or who did the survey?
We did not. The applicant was asked by the planning commissioners if they would consider doing that survey. It's not a requirement of the application.
No, I understand.
And so the applicant acquiesced to their request and did the survey themselves.
Do we happen to know what the question was that was asked? We got the results, we got the answers, but did we get the question that was asked?
We did get a questionnaire. I'm not sure if that was the final one that went out. We weren't CC'd on the mass mailing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a couple of questions. Why was there no sound barrier suggested on the west side of the project?
You may ask the applicant that and get a better response, but I think they just wanted kind of the open atmosphere to integrate back and forth with the clubhouse. I don't want to speak for the applicant.
Okay. This section 21.40.040, you say allows us, or we are actually having a hearing that allows us to modify the revised code or the zoning code. If you can put that up for a second.
Yeah, so I'm just showing that it's the same process regardless if it's in a golf course overlay or not, that you would go through a approval at a public hearing for the site plan and modifying the CUP to allow the use. And it's in the golf course overlay requirements.
I just want the statute.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
Sorry. Here we are. So here you can see it at the very bottom, 214040.
Okay. All right. So I don't know, as just a matter of process, Mr. City Attorney, if we were to modify the existing course, wouldn't we have to give notice that we were considering that and specific notice of that if we were going to modify our zoning code at a council meeting?
Mayor and council, you don't have the option of modifying your zoning code at this meeting because that would need to be a legislative action that is noticed as such. If you're talking about modifying the project by imposing new conditions, you can do that here under the notice that's been given.
Okay, well, I'm confused then. Isn't this statute gives us the, isn't this a modification of the zoning code? Or is
In
it
my
a
interpretation,
or is it a modification of the project?
so in my interpretation, reading the approval process here, and I think the intent of the overlay zone is that the overlay zone is organic. The intent would be that if a country club wanted to modify their golf course to maybe make a par 5 a par 3 and put in the additional area they just created, put a new facility, they could do that through this process. They wouldn't have to go through a general plan amendment, a zone amendment, a zone map amendment. They could simply do it here through a site plan approval process and a conditional use permit process that allows the new use there.
So are you suggesting that that is exactly what's happened here?
I'm suggesting that they're one and the same, that you're approving a site plan for the location of this facility, if you want to call it a golf course, in the golf course, which would then modify that area of the golf course overlay to exclude that area that would implement the new facility at that location.
Okay. All right. And then, in your opinion, that wouldn't have to be specifically noted in an agenda and
Well, that was a question to the city
Yeah,
attorney.
I agree.
city attorney. So you do feel it would have to be specifically agendized if we were going to modify under 21.40.040? That's my question.
Mayor and council, yes, it would, but what would be noticed is that someone is seeking a conditional use permit to modify the site to change the boundaries of their golf course. And with that, the overlay, by the terms of the zoning text, the golf course overlay would move with the approved new boundary of the CUP. So the answer to your question is yes, it needs to be noticed, but what needs to be noticed? A CUP to change the site, as has been done here. And that is the legal effect. When this body approves a CUP to change the site plan, to change the location of the golf course itself, as a matter of the text says that the overlay is coterminous with that golf course. And if the golf course shifts through the CUP, automatically the boundaries of the overlay follow.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to clarify one thing. Are we going to, do you consider that we have the right and the responsibility, and in actuality, we are actually today authorized to use 21.40.040 to modify the golf overlay to allow this?
Yes,
this,
there's a noticed
so
CUP
this is on us.
before you.
Okay, that's what I want to know.
Change to allow pickleball there because they want to move the golf course. Well, the staff's position is that the driving range, by the terms of the zoning text, is not in the overlay as it is. But even if it were, this would have the same legal effect. If you approve pickleball in that spot today through the CUP, you are in effect approving the movement. You're acknowledging that the overlay does not apply in that spot if you approve the CUP.
What I'm trying to find out is if we decide not to approve,
right?
Can we go to Plan B and approve it based on 21.40.040?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
else?
Mayor, yeah, just a comment. Look, this is a matter of interpretation, I suppose, but the interpretation that the city staff is giving us, including the city attorney, it just makes a mockery of the golf course overlay zone. It means nothing because you can change it with a conditional use permit and put a use on a portion of what was formerly the golf course overlay zone that wouldn't be permitted under the golf course overlay zone.
Yeah, but it'd be a discretionary approval brought to the council for your consideration as this is being done.
To me, that is absolutely inconsistent with the requirements of the state planning and zoning law. It just, you can't square that circle.
Mayor and council, that very well might be the interpretation of the council, and you are the final arbiters of what the code means.
Not final, the court.
Well, the courts are, but the courts will defer to this body greatly, and within the city, your collective opinion matters much more than John's or mine.
Okay.
I mean, to use an analogy, if I have a single residential family zone and the zoning code says, well, you know, with a conditional use permit, you can put a grocery store on your property. No, you can't. You have to go through the step-by-step requirements that are mandated by the planning and zoning law. And that includes, as the city attorney alluded to before, a legislative action. You have to adopt an ordinance. Anyway, we'll get into that later.
If I could just say what maybe wasn't heard before is that under the general plan, it's the Constitution. It supersedes, preempts the zoning. The zoning merely implements the general plan. The general plan is calling this as open space, golf and recreation. Golf and recreation. It can't exclude recreation completely by hatching that area out. And so that's...
I think we've beaten a dead horse here, so why don't we go to our public and hear from the public. Thank you. Okay. I am going to open the public comment portion of the hearing. Members of the public, you will be allowed 3 minutes, or if there's numerous that are saying the same thing, I may limit it as we go along.
Could we hear
Ms.
from
Clerk?
the applicant first, Mr. Mayor? Because I'd like to hear what the applicant has to say.
Sure. Where is the applicant here?
And I believe that you had indicated previously he has 5 minutes, is that correct?
Yes, he does. You have 5 minutes.
I won't take that much time.
I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's okay. That's good.
Yes, I did mean to interrupt.
Mayor, council members, and city staff, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Dennis Coker, and I have the privilege of serving as general manager of Indian Wells Country Club, a club that has proudly been part of this community for 67 years. I'm here to respectfully ask for your support in approving the addition of pickleball courts to our property, an amenity that is no longer just a trend, but a standard. Without Indian Wells Country Club, is at a distinct and growing disadvantage compared to every other club in the Indian Wells and throughout the valley. We're not asking for shortcut or special consideration. In collaboration with the planning department and under guidance of city staff, whom I sincerely thank for professionalism and diligence, we've done everything asked of us. This includes a second independent sound study, vetted and improved by the city, confirming full compliance with all noise ordinances. We also mailed certified ballots to nearby residents and conducted a comprehensive survey of membership. The results were clear. A majority support this project. That response reflects not just the overwhelming popularity of pickleball, but the shared desire among residents and members for a healthy, focused, inclusive, community-enhancing recreation. As the largest operator of outdoor pickleball courts in the United States, managing over 400 facilities nationwide, our organization brings deep expertise in court design, sound mitigation, lighting, and scheduling. We've seen firsthand what works and what doesn't, and we are fully confident in our ability to implement this amenity in a way that not only respects the local environment, but also enhances it. But this is about more than courts. This is about the future of Indian Wells Country Club. As a private, for-profit entity, we depend on our ability to attract and retain members. In recent years, too many prospects have declined membership due to our lack of pickleball. We estimate that we could gain 100 new members with the project and retain countless others. That growth is not just for the club, it supports jobs, reinvestment, and our long-term stability in this community. We looked at every option. The Cove Clubhouse location was met with strong resistance. Other locations proved too close to residences or too far from the clubhouse, or prohibitively expensive due to terrain and infrastructure challenges. The proposed site before you today is 400 feet from the nearest residence, farther than the courts at many competing clubs, which are often directly adjacent to homes. The truth is, every other club in Indian Wells offers pickleball. We are truly the only ones that do not. That's not just a missed opportunity, it's a threat to our future. We're not trying to get ahead, we're not trying to keep up. This amenity is not a luxury, it's a necessity. Without it, we risk falling behind in ways we may not recover from. On behalf of our members, our staff, and the long legacy of Indian Wells Country Club, I respectfully and sincerely ask for your support in moving this project forward, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Dennis.
You're welcome.
I have a question. Do you have a question? I do.
Dennis, could you come back up? We may have some questions. Councilmember Sanders.
Mr. Coker, I think this is a copy of the survey that you put out?
That's to the members, yes, sir.
Okay. The survey, first sentence says, the Indian Wells Country Club Pickleball Courts project includes the construction of 4 to 6 dedicated courts adjacent to the existing driving range. I have many neighbors who voted for the pickleball courts on the basis that the courts would be adjacent to the driving range. But they're not adjacent, they're on the driving range. They are very upset. And if they had the opportunity, they'd change their vote.
I understand.
Anybody else? Any questions? Maybe I'll ask you. Why don't you have a sound barrier on the west side? Why don't you have sound barriers?
To keep it open for the arrival experience, and it's open to that side of the clubhouse. Okay. The landscaping and things would take care of that.
Okay.
Another question.
Go ahead. Yes.
Do you charge your members for use of the driving range?
No.
Is your driving range open to the general public?
No.
So it's free for your members?
We charge dues to our members. They pay.
And as a part of the dues,
The use of the
allowed to
driving
use
range.
the driving range.
For golf members only.
So as a separate standalone facility at your club, the driving range is included among the other amenities that members are allowed to take advantage of?
Yes, sir, for golf members only.
Golf members only. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have a question? Thank you, Dennis. Okay. Members of the public will be now allowed 3 minutes each to speak. Let's go first to Mr. Bernheimer, who is going to be allowed 9 minutes to speak in accordance with an agreement with the city and with the understanding that he's taking up several of his clients' 3 minutes time.
I turned in 3 names of people who I'm speaking on behalf of, and I'll take 9 minutes total.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Rob Bernheimer. These are some of the clients that I represent, and these are the topics that I'm going to cover. I want to start by looking at what a conditional use permit is. That's what you're being asked to do today. You have to make certain findings to issue a conditional use permit. And one of them is that the proposed conditional use will not be materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. And I point out that this is a discretionary review, meaning really for any reason you can turn this down. It's up at your discretion. So if you find something that you don't like, you can turn it down. I want to also take a look. You just adopted a brand new general plan. Number 1 point, quality of life. Also part of the general plan of the values and guiding principles is working together. People enjoy their neighbors and feel that community leaders care about residents. I think that's critical. That's your guiding principle in your general plan. I'm not going to spend any time on this. I think everybody know, we just went through all the golf course overlay. I would just say that if a resident goes to the city to look at the map before they buy a house and they see a golf course overlay map, I think they're going to think that their house is protected for only golf course uses next to their house. I cannot follow the interpretation of staff on how they somehow allow a non-golf use in that area. I want to point out one item in the staff report that I think is critical. It says, and Mr. Coker just spoke to this, they don't have pickleball. As the only country club within the city's jurisdiction without pickleball courts, Indian Wells Country Club would also like to include this recreational amenity. Well, guess what? They're the only country club in the city without tennis courts as well. Why? Because the club wasn't built with tennis courts. All the other clubs were built with tennis courts, and people bought homes next to those tennis courts knowing they were going to be court facilities. There isn't room at Indian Wells Country Club to put in those facilities without disturbing existing residents. And I think in the other clubs, if somebody came in and bought next to a tennis court, well, converting a tennis court into a pickleball court wasn't that big of a change compared to a golf course where you don't have any noise in the afternoons. Let me talk about the impacts, because again, if you find that there's impacts by neighboring properties, you can turn down a conditional use permit. There's going to be visual, noise, and golf balls, and I'll go into that. The first noise study that the club did said that the pickleball pop sound will be audible at the residences. So they're going to hear the pop sounds. The city did its own study, which said, gosh, if you use hush paddles and you do the acoustic noise barrier, which that's the picture of the noise barrier that's in the sound study, that even with all forms of noise control, the impulsive character of the noise will still be a source of annoyance in the early morning and late afternoon hours. So you're still going to hear the pickleball noise at the residence. So that means that all of these people who want to go out and have cocktails or barbecue in the afternoon or evening, they're going to hear the pickleball noise. 6 courts, thousands of pops an hour coming through. Now let's look at your noise ordinance. Your noise ordinance doesn't control your decision here. Your noise ordinance is for your code enforcement people to go out and say, hey, these guys are playing music late at night or even in the day, and we don't want it that loud. But you have the discretion to say, you know what, this is going to come in at 50 decibels. We don't want 50 decibels in somebody's backyard 12 hours a day, 365 days a year. Even though it doesn't exceed the noise ordinance, which is the objective standard for code enforcement, for you with discretionary review, you can say, That seems a little bit too disturbing for me. It's impacting that neighborhood. I'm turning this down. You're not guided and limited by your noise ordinance in determining that these noises will be heard in these people's backyard, and you don't think it's fair for them to do that 365 days a year. Visual impacts, a 12-foot high sound barrier with chain link fence. Where else in the city will this many homes look at a 12-foot high chain link fence? I don't know of another place where you guys allow that. I just don't. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Let's not forget about the 20-foot high light poles. 11 of them, 12 lights. And let's talk about the photometric study that staff talked about. What the photometric study tells you is the light going to be lighting up the area around the pickleball courts, or is it confined to the pickleball courts? And I have a photograph here that kind of shows you, well, the light is really only going to light up the pickleball courts. That's correct. But for the homeowners that are 400 feet away, you're still going to see 12 bright lights in the night sky. It's not going to light up your backyard like daytime, but you're still going to look up every night, like I do during the tennis tournament. For 2 weeks a year, I look up, I see the tennis lights. Okay, it's 2 weeks a year, no big deal. But 365 days a year, looking up every night and seeing the bright lights out in your backyard, that's a different story. Now let's talk about golf balls. A third of the driving range is going to now be taken up with pickleball courts, which means a third more golfers are going to be teeing off closer to the homes because they can't use the part of the driving ranges farther away. Well, my clients already get golf balls in their homes. Now they're going to get more golf balls in their homes because more golfers are going to be teeing off next to their homes. So they're going to be impacted in that way. And the staff report says the proposed location would maintain a majority of the existing driving range. Well, it is a majority, but it's a third of the tee box. And it will have no effect on the existing design of the 36-hole golf course. Well, it's certainly going to have an effect on the design of the driving range because you're taking up some of the tee box and you're forcing everybody to tee off closer to the homes. That's not pointed out in the staff report. And Councilmember Sanders, you point out this survey is extremely misleading. Adjacent to the existing driving range? No, it's in the driving range. And enhances the area aesthetics? You know, it's in the driving range. It's not adjacent to the driving range. I don't know how that enhances the aesthetics of the area. But I also want to point out something, Councilmember Reed. Staff misgrouped the votes. Look at attachment 13. It's in your staff report. Of the surveys of the neighbors, 78% said no. What staff did is they combined the ballots that returned from members to the concierge desk with the neighbors and lumped those together to make it seem like the neighbors appreciated that. That's a mistake, and I think that should be corrected for the record. But even with this misleading survey of adjacent to the driving range, altogether, the neighbors and the members, only barely half of them said they want it. That's not working together, guys. This is not something that's overwhelmingly wanted by the members, and I think, Councilmember Sanders, you're right. Had people known this was going to take up a third of their driving range, they wouldn't have voted for it. It was misleading. And let's take a look at the other clubs. Now, maybe some of these were in a golf course overlay. I don't know. None of them were in a driving range, but here's what's really important. All of them were placed with tennis courts that existed, and all of them were built by nonprofit homeowners associations and clubs. This is being done by a for-profit entity that just said they want 100 more members, they want more food and beverage sales, and what you're being asked is, do you want this corporation based in Dallas to make more money, or do you want the people who invested millions of dollars buying homes along a driving range to now be impacted by pickleball noise, visual blight, and all the lights in the sky? That's the choice I think you guys have to make, and I think that's a huge difference with all the other clubs. I don't think you can make the finding for a conditional use permit because the properties are going to be injured with the pickleball, with the golfers closer to the home, and certainly the quality of life is destroyed by these noises, sounds, and visual blight. I'll close with this. This is a view from one of my clients' homes. Let's not turn what you see there, which is so beautiful, into that. Thank you.
We are going to take a 5-minute break. Please be back in 5 minutes. We have a lot to do. So we'll take a 5-minute break. All right, everybody. We're about ready to get going. Time to come in, sit down. Everybody take a seat. Come to order. Glenn?
Maybe we should continue.
All right, everybody, take a seat. Okay. All right, we are back in session in the public hearing. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Bernheimer that they would like to pose?
I do. Can you revisit the votes, please, that was taken?
Yes. So if you look at attachment 13 to the staff report, and this is, you know, this is how I learned about the votes. The first section says certified mail ballots. Now it says they mailed ballots to the neighbors. All the members were emailed ballots. But
Were they return receipt or were they barcode?
You'd have to ask them. I have no idea. But of those, first of all, they were sent by the mail in April, so a lot of folks weren't there. 7 said no, and 2 said yes. Then they have 2 other sections: member ballots returned to the concierge desk, and member ballots and concierge ballot totals. Okay? So I think what John did is he combined the member ballots to the concierge desk with the certified ballots and came up with that 40 number, but that's not the neighbor number. So the total overall number is on the last page, which says 56% of all combined ballots said yes. But of the neighbors, they had 9 votes, 7 said no.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
And did 2 say yes or 2 said no?
2 said yes. So
Because-
78% said no.
Because based on the staff report, when you look at 60% of the neighbors voting yes for it, and only 56% of members who want the pickleball, that skew, the disparity there just doesn't make sense to me.
That's why I think that when you add up the numbers of the first section and the second section, you got the numbers you were just talking about.
Okay.
But that second section, literally, it says member ballots. It doesn't say neighbor ballots.
Right.
So
And-
I think it
and
was.
to be clear, all members aren't Indian Wells residents, are they?
Oh,
Matt?
it's in this club, you have a disproportionate number of people who live there that aren't members compared to any other club.
So we have people that live outside the city voting for something that's going to impact the residents of Indian Wells.
And certainly outside the gate. I live over in the village area by the tennis stadium. My neighbor is a member of the club and wants pickleball. But he doesn't live there. He just wants to be able to go there and play pickleball when he wants to play pickleball. That's certainly his opinion, but I think that the important thing is what the neighbors are going to feel.
All right, did that answer your question, Mr.
Yes, thank you,
Bernheimer?
Rob.
Councilmember Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Apparently, during the break, there was an accusation made that I have a conflict of interest. My address is 76933 Comanche Lane, Indian Wells, 92210. Comanche Lane is the first right after you enter the Manitou Gate at the Indian Wells Country Club. So I do live in the Indian Wells Country Club, but I am way further than 500 feet from this facility. So I do not have a conflict of interest. I've discussed it with the city attorney during the break, and he has confirmed that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, let's move along in the public hearing. Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk, is it Scott Alkerson?
We have Paul first.
Oh, Paul Lemeris, okay.
So, and as
Paul.
you did say, we do have him for 3 minutes.
Okay, here's what we're gonna do here. We've got a lot of people, and everybody's gonna get their 3 minutes, but please use your discretion. If you're just gonna repeat what other people said, please have the courtesy to limit your statements to 2 minutes. If you have something different to say, if you have a different aspect or a different position or opinion, you're welcome to use your 3 minutes, but please use your discretion. Thank you.
So we have Paul Lemeris, followed by Scott Alkerson.
Okay. On behalf of Paul Lemerise, we
I
have.
have his wife.
Okay. And your name, please.
My name is Sandy Lemerise.
Hi, Sandy.
And I'm reading for my husband. He had a doctor's appointment, so he had to leave. So this is what he has written, and good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Paul Lemerise. My wife and I have been full-time residents of Indian Wells and members of the Indian Wells Country Club since 1999. I have served as a member of the Indian Wells Country Club Board of Governors twice, and I am currently its chairman. We all know pickleball is a very popular sport, so I did some online research to find out just how popular it is. Here's an example of what I found. This is according to the Sports and Fitness Industry Association. Pickleball is ranked as the fastest growing sport in America, having held that title for 4 consecutive years. It's also one of the most popular sports measured by participation. In 2024, an estimated 19.8 million people played pickleball in the United States, and that is 45.8% increase from 2023. There are approximately 740 members in our club, and the majority want pickleball, and that is because we've been there for such a long time. We know most of the members who are there, and we've talked with a bunch of them, and they all want pickleball. These are inside the gate members we're talking about. Some may be outside the gate, but the majority are the people within the gates. There are 5 private country clubs in Indian Wells, and 4 of them already have pickleball. We are the only private club that doesn't have it. We have successfully met the Sound and Resident Survey and Municipal Code 2140 Golf Course Overlay Development requirement given to us by the City Planning Commission. This project has already been approved internally by our parent company, Invited Clubs. We are here today to respectfully request that this project receive your approval as well. I have one other comment in regards to the driving range. We are not doing away with our driving range. Our driving range is still going to be there with enough room to handle all the people that practice. I also think that the pickleball courts that are going to be proposed and built are not going to be used as from 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night. It doesn't work that way. I'm an avid tennis player. I have played pickleball, and I know that these courts are not used all day long, every single day. So you're not going to have the impact that they're talking about. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lemerise. Next, we have Scott Alkerson. Scott?
It's actually Scott Ackerson.
Ackerson.
I'm used to it being wrong. Usually it's Ackerman.
Uh-oh. We had an extra L in there. All right.
Yes. Thank you for allowing me to address the council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Scott Ackerson, and my wife and I, we've been coming to the Coachella Valley since the late 1990s. We bought a house here in the Indian Wells complex in 2011. We have been members of Indian Wells Country Club since 2011 as well, and I'm currently a board member. During those 4 years on the board, I've been in charge of the Golf and Greens Committee. In addition, I spent 6 years as the head of the Men's Golf Association. In short, I love golf. I'm speaking in favor of the pickleball proposal. When I first heard about the project, I was excited. I'm not a pickleball enthusiast. In fact, I've never played the game, and I value my Achilles tendon, so I probably won't. Nevertheless, I was excited because it's a huge step to modernize this club and continue the long-term viability of this club. We know pickleball is a fast-growing sport. You just heard that from Sandy. I have seen numerous other country clubs around the country and here add pickleball, and it's been a success. For example, I played in a golf tournament down in Florida. The course is Wildcat Run. It's located in Estero, Florida. You should look it up. It's a really, really great country club. Anyway, they have added a number of pickleball courts. Those courts are next to the driving range, approximately 30 feet from the driving range. We are warming up. I was pleasantly surprised how unobtrusive the pickleball courts were in terms of the noise. Trust me, after a few short minutes, maybe 2 or 3, you're hitting balls, you don't even hear it. And that was not without the sound barriers that we are. Those were just the normal screens and that they usually have. To a person, they said it was a great decision. It was positive for the club. They added new members, and the noise was negligible, fairly negligible. In closing, I know it's a cliche, but it's also true. The only thing that's constant in life is change. I hope you see this pickleball project as a positive change and as a benefit not only for Indian Wells Country Club, but more importantly, the entire Indian Wells community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Marv Ingram.
Thank you, Mr.
Good
Mayor,
afternoon.
council members. My name is Marv Ingram. I've been a member at Indian Wells Country Club for 9 years. I've been on the Board of Governors for 8 of those years. I kind of know what's going on in the club. When we first started talking about pickleball, it came from Invited. Invited manages about 160 country clubs. In those 160 country clubs, they got 4,000 pickleball courts. In a period, I would go 5 years back, they came to us and said, listen, these clubs with these pickleball courts, not only do their membership rise every year, their revenues rise every year, and their profits rise every year. And they came to us and they said, we'd like for you to have some pickleball courts at Indian Wells Country Club. And so we started looking. We don't have any land. Everywhere we looked, we were in golf course overlays or we were too far away from food and beverage. We made a decision about a year ago that the only place we can put these pickleball courts and keep them next to food and beverage is to put them in our practice facility. Now, we don't consider a practice facility part of the golf course. This is just practice facility. It's a chipping range, it's a sand traps, and a driving range. We believe that by putting those courts in there, and it's really not a problem with the golf balls being hit off to the left, we will set the tees up angled more back into the right corner. So I don't see that as a problem. But getting back to the profit, we also believe that within a 2 to 3 year period, we will not only increase our memberships by maybe 100. My guess is bigger than Dennis's, but I think we'll be 100 to 150, maybe 175. And so I see no reason why we should deprive 745 people out of pickleball courts just because you have a handful of people that don't want them. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram.
Next up, Mr. Eisenberg. He had to leave. Okay, we'll go next to Sonia Branson. Ms. Branson.
Hi, how are you? Sonia Branson, 13-year homeowner resident within Indian Wells Country Club. I reside on Iroquois Drive, and I directly face the driving range and the clubhouse across the 9th and 1st fairway. So I see the lighted country club at night and occasionally the lighted driving range. And, you know, I don't have a problem. I'm very much in favor of this for the longevity of the club. My fear is that someday they're going to take out some of the holes and build more homes because they can't survive. So I do believe very strongly that this is an important part of the survival of the club. And I am also I play pickleball. I belong to a club in Huntington Beach as well. There was a lot of opposition to courts going in at our club there as well, which is a golf club with multi-million-dollar homes within 100 feet. And once you understand the mitigation that can take place and the technology improvements in the paddles today, the pound pop pop that you hear is looking back pickleball where it came from, not where it is today. So I encourage you to take that into consideration and hope that you find that pickleball at Indian Wells Country Club is for the benefit of everyone in the community. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next, Marilyn McNeil. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Oops, I've already broken the mic. No, I'm good. Well, it's part of my minutes. No. I'm here and I'm speaking in favor of the pickleball project. I'm a member of the Indian Wells Country Club and part of their board of directors. But more importantly for me, and hopefully eventually for you, I have worked professionally for the last 50 years to improve and increase the opportunities for girls and women to become healthy and active. This is so important for their quality of life, their longevity, and for the community interaction. Please know that pickleball players are 40% women, as opposed to 26% in golf. The game is affordable, easy to learn, and played in all age groups, with the over 65 the second largest playing age. It is a cross-generational sport that can allow a woman to get a great workout in an hour or less, a bonus for mothers at home and women in the workforce. Please note that a vote in favor of this project helps our moms, sisters, aunts, daughters, granddaughters, and grandmothers gain a healthy step up. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Richard Waddell.
Mr. Mayor.
Welcome.
Councilman. I'm not going to reiterate what everybody has already said. I'll be very, very quick. I am a vice chair of the Board of Governors at Indian Wells Country Club. I am for pickleball, mainly for the reason that it adds an amenity to our social group that we have. We are a golf club, mostly male golfers. So this gives a chance for everybody. I have one thing to say, and it isn't about the noise, it's about the lighting. The people that are talking about the stars in the skies about the lighting, we put in bocce courts 3 years ago. The lights are almost the same as what we're going to put in for the pickleball courts, and I haven't heard anybody complain about those lights. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Next up, Paula Cole. Welcome, Ms. Cole.
Thank you. Hello. I am a resident of Indian Wells Country Club. I live on Club Terrace Drive. Thank you. I live on Club Terrace Drive, and I think we are probably one of the more affected by the development. And I wrote this down so I won't go over the time. As a homeowner who lives close to the proposed site, I am deeply concerned about the potential impact on our neighborhood and equally frustrated by the lack of meaningful engagement from the club with those most directly affected. To date, there's been no genuine effort to hold open dialogues or meetings with nearby homeowners. The club has moved forward with this project without seriously considering the input of residents whose daily lives would be most disrupted. A survey was reportedly sent to the 50 most impacted neighbors, yet that list doesn't seem to reflect the reality of who will truly bear the burden of the noise and activity. In truth, it's about 20 homes that sit within closest proximity to the proposed courts. If you surveyed only those directly affected, the percentage in opposition would be overwhelmingly opposed. When we purchased our home 4 years ago, the quiet, scenic driving range behind us was part of what made the community feel like a sanctuary. Never could we have imagined that the club would try to repurpose that area for something so fundamentally different and so incompatible with a peaceful residential environment. Thank you for your time, for your service, and your thoughtful consideration of our concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Gold. James Perona. Hello.
I'm James Perona.
Welcome.
I live on Club Terrace, and I look right at the proposed paddle tennis courts. My neighbor, this is Choice Neighborhood. I chose it when we first moved there in 1996. I chose this property because it was for a golf course property, very peaceful and quiet. My neighbor right next door was Victor LeBou, who used to be one of the owners of the country club. Wish he were here, you'd hear a colorful story about this proposed site. The 50 decibels are going to hit us. And this neighborhood is sort of unique. We're against the mountains. Mountains come up and turn, and it's almost like a box canyon. So it's going to resonate through all the neighborhood. And it's going to go on all day long, he said, from 8 to 8. And I think, here's the thing. I've been a member of the club for 30 years, and I'm a past chairman of the board. When I was on the board, the Bob Hope Classic was part of our thing. They left us. The main reason they said that golf tournament left us is because there was no room for our grandstands and our pavilion tents. There's no extra space at Indian Wells Country Club. That's why there's no tennis courts. And as was pointed out, all the other clubs, you put the pickleball where the tennis courts were. The people who moved there knew they were getting next to tennis courts. The existing homes we're talking about had no idea that they were going to propose to do this. And I just think that this case is really about the property rights of the homeowners that live along Club Terrace that are going to be bombarded with this sound. I wish we were hearing this in conjunction with the bridge, because a lot of these people that come over the entrance bridge with the plank, there you talk about noise. I pity the people that live there. And the traffic over that bridge is going to be increased by the people coming to the pickleball courts, because a lot of them won't have golf carts or pickleball players. I know you have to, a governing body, be balancing divided interests. And here we have the admitted interests of this corporation saying we want more members and more revenue. On the other side, we have the property rights of the owners. We're going to hear this 50 decibels. It's still going to drive you nuts. It's going to be a repeating, high-pitched pop that goes on every day from morning to evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, Jane Anderson. Welcome, Ms. Anderson.
Welcome, thank you. My name is Jane Anderson. My family has owned a home in Indian Wells since the middle of the 1970s, and my family has also been a member of the country club since the middle of the 1970s. My son joined this year, and so we now have 4 generations of a family who have been members of the Indian Wells Country Club. The younger generation is looking for things to do, such as pickleball. I'd like to bring up something that nobody else has brought up, and that's NIMBYism, not in my backyard. I have a great deal of experience with NIMBYism. I've served on the Parks and Rec Commission in the town of Mammoth Lakes. I've built parks, of which people have been opposed to, and then after they've been built, one park's been there 45 years, and we haven't had one single complaint. And they were saying that kids were going to make too much noise. I've built a bike trail system that people were against, and now it has close to 30 miles of bike trail. It encompasses the whole city. And again, we have no complaints that the original people brought up. I've also built a skateboard park, 67,000 square feet, which people were against because they thought it was going to bring in the riffraff, drugs, graffiti, and all these other things. The skateboard park has been there for 20 years. We've never had a single incident of graffiti, and it is now one of the top 10 destinations in the United States for skateboard parks. We also had a proposal to build an ice skating rink. We had 2 people that filed suit against the city, and since it was a non-funded project, we stopped. But now, 30 years later, 2 years ago, that ice skating rink was built because the 2 people that were against it, one moved away and the other one passed away. My point is that people don't want these things in their backyard, but the problems that they anticipate don't materialize. I also live, let me finish, I also live in Casa Dorado, and like you, I was very much against pickleball when they put it in Casa Dorado. I stood up in my HOA, didn't want it, and they voted over against me. I was very upset. I don't like to lose, but then I ended up sitting in my backyard, and guess what? When I drank my glass of wine, I had to strain to hear that pickleball. Sound didn't materialize. Also in Casa Dorado, we can play pickleball until 10 o'clock at night. I never, ever have ever been bothered by nighttime pickleball. I'm inside, my doors are shut, I don't see the light. And I just want to say that I don't think that the problems that the homeowners are anticipating are going to materialize. Thank you for your consideration. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Next, Mary Budier.
Good afternoon, Mayor,
Good
Mayor
afternoon.
Pro Tem, council members. Appreciate your time. Mary Butier, I live at 46267 Club Terrace Drive, and I am a tennis player with a past social membership at our club. And with that social membership, we were granted access to play tennis at the beautiful tennis garden. So we've been coming. Of course, I got to stick to my script to keep on time. The desert has been our home for 32 years, our second home, I should say, and we chose Indian Wells because we believe that this is the best planned and managed city in all of Coachella Valley. We also love and believe in our city motto, quality of life. Okay, I stand here today speaking on behalf of friends and neighbors who couldn't be present. That our quality of life is being threatened and downgraded by the for-profit entity that isn't invested in the long-term Indian Wells residents. And so I hope your decision today reflects on our long-term quality and not the short-term financial gains of this for-profit entity. And that's what I have to say. So I do hope that you keep our Indian Wells a peaceful place for us all. Appreciate your time again.
Thank you, Ms. Butir. Next up, Linda Cheney.
Hi.
Hello.
My name is Linda Cheney, and I'm Director of Player Services in Indian Wells Tennis Garden. I'm not a public speaker, so excuse me if my voice is a little shaky. By the way, the ladies next to me on either side said that they did not receive their survey, so just for your purposes. For the past 17 years, I've had the privilege of renting homes at the Indian Wells Country Club for some of the top tennis players in the world. Currently, I'm renting a beautiful property on Club Terrace for one of our former champions and top players in the world. This home has always been offered to us. It's been peaceful, a private environment, just a short distance from the tournament grounds. And that's why I'm here today, to express my concern over the proposed introduction of the pickleball facility located just behind this property. This issue is simple but significant. The constant popping noise, which I did learn a little bit more today about that, from pickleball play disrupts the quietness that our players deeply value. Sometimes they play up until 1 o'clock in the morning, and my concern is the noise in the morning when he wakes up. You know, that's my most important part of my position over the last 40 years is you know, for my players, which does entail renting properties in the Indian Wells Tennis Garden for Novak Djokovic, Roger Federer, et cetera. So anyway, sorry, off script. This may seem minor on paper, but in reality, it impacts the focus, the enjoyment, and the serenity that defines this community. If this environment changes, unfortunately, I'll be forced to look elsewhere. So I truly hope you consider I oppose this option in order to preserve the peaceful atmosphere at the Indian Wells Tennis Club. Excuse me, Country Club. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Cheney. Next up is Mark Boutier. I think I'm pronouncing that better this time. Thank you.
Thank you all. I don't have a whole lot of unique to say. One of the primary things that when you start a process like this is the engagement of the community and who the folks are going to really be impacted by this. And to date, we've had none of that. There's been no outreach to anybody of the residents that are going to be listening to this. You know, we talk about these hours. I'd like to have that opportunity to stick behind somebody else's house from 8 to 8, 365 days a year. This is the second time that Invited has attempted to do this. Mr. Coker actually mentioned, surprisingly, that this was attempted at the Cove property. And you had a very sophisticated group of residents there who were able to stop it. The process went along a long way before anybody was even talked to about it. And it was caught, basically, almost by mistake. So the approach here, to me, is offensive. And it's offensive, should be offensive to the body here. We're all, you know, looking to ensure that this club has a great history. It certainly has a great future. We don't think that pickleball is the only revenue option for a company the size of Invited that's owned by some very large private equity firm. I don't think that that's the only way to offset the potential revenue losses. As Mr. Bernheimer mentioned, we're very avid tennis players. We play across the street. There are no pools. There are no tennis courts here. There are amenities that we don't have that the other clubs have. We chose to buy a home here without those. And certainly the opportunity or the imposition of having a pickleball court behind our very quiet homes is going to fundamentally change the character of how we enjoy our homes along Club Terrace particularly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Schubert.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council.
Glenn
Schubert as well. Glenn Schubert. And so I'm a member of the Indian Wells Country Club. What we've heard today, I want you to take into account while you're debating and deliberating, is that we've heard a lot of assumptions about what's going to happen and about the noise and the problems that are going to come with the pickleball courts. These are assumptions with no foundation, no data that is supported by any of those. Secondly, there have been people who've come up and said that there was no notification to residents about this happening. And I don't know if it was just Invited clubs, but I know for a fact that the city sent out notifications for this conditional use permit where people could have come to talk to the city about this. So that's just another mention on that. But
I think that this is a benefit to the club, as well as it will be a financial benefit to those who live in the club, whether or not they're members. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sean Kuntz, Mr. Kuntz, come on up.
So my name is Sean Kuntz, and I live on Iroquois Drive. I am a full-time resident, and I'm a member of Indian Wells Country Club, and I'm fortunate enough to serve on the Board of Governors at the club, and specifically I chair the membership committee. And the reason I chair the membership committee is because, frankly, I represent a younger demographic here at the club. And this younger demographic is exactly the type of member that we are trying to attract to the club and really to the city. These younger members and their families really are needed to keep this club and community thriving. And these younger members and their families have a broader range of interests than just golf. Pickleball opens up the club to a much broader membership mix and allows us to stay competitive with every other club really in the valley. Now, I truly empathize with the good folks on Club Terrace, our neighbors, who feel like they might be negatively impacted by the increased activity at the club. But I find it a little quizzical and slightly hypocritical that these same residents live next to a neighbor with a private tennis court at the end of Club Terrace. It's a little confusing to me why it's okay. For a private court to exist closer than the proposed courts at the club, an amenity that would far benefit, way more residents than a single homeowner, and that isn't met with the same opposition that by the same neighbors who are opposing this proposal. These courts represent equity and will help us lay the foundation for a brighter future of the club, this city, and community. Thank you for your time, and best of luck with your decision.
Thank you, sir. Jeff Escalette.
Hi. I brought some old school visual. I was told I couldn't do a PowerPoint.
All
But
right.
Jeff Escalette, I live on 46271 Club Terrace at the very top of the street. When we purchased our home in 2021, besides location, one of the main factors was the peace and quiet it offered. So obviously, any consistent noise that affects our quality of life, we are going to be opposed to. If the courts are to be approved, are the quiet paddles a condition of that approval, and what mechanism would be in place for the enforcement of that? The proposed pickleball location would force the driving range golfers to the left-hand side of the range, which puts them 100 feet closer to all the homes along Club Terrace. This graph shows the Indian Wells Country Club has the smallest driving range of any of the neighboring clubs, 690 feet, and well below the recommended average 900 feet for a driving range. So, prior to pickleball, the current Could you just put the picture on the other side so you don't hit Angelica? Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you very much. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was No doing it. problem. Yeah, so, there you go, Rob. Thanks. So, the current operation of the driving range rotates in thirds. Left side for a while, center for a while, and right for a while. We see a noticeable number of balls hitting our property when the range is operating on the left side, because it is closer to the house and the length and the distance has been reduced. We currently have an average of 10 balls a week or 500 balls a year enter our property and have caused damage to the house. Fortunately, nobody has been personally injured yet. So after pickleball, with the change in the range, we can only expect more balls. With a permanent shift of the driving range to the left side, is it acceptable to expect 750 to 1,000 balls hitting our property on an annual basis? Could a condition of the approval because of this change have the club put up a netting like they have to protect the parking lot and limit the range to irons only, as modern-day drivers far exceed the length of the current range? By relocating the majority of the driving range use to the left side, it puts homes on the lower end of Club Terrace that are approximately 200 feet to where the majority of the range activity will be taking, exposing them to a consistent sound of 79 to 120 dB from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Currently, the sound rotates because of the range rotations. As I am also an Indian Wells Golf Club member, and I did receive the online survey, but I did not receive a certified survey. I don't think a 12-foot high, 12,000 square foot tan.
You got, wrap it up.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you. I can wrap it up.
Okay. Tan color structure located next to the clubhouse is going to be very attractive. I also don't feel that pickleball noise is conducive to teeing off on the first tee box, playing a game of bocce with the family or friends, or enjoying lunch or dinner on the club patio, all of which are within 100 to 200 feet.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I have a very temporary medical condition that requires me to exit for about 2 minutes.
Okay.
I am most interested in hearing, and I'm very sorry, but I will be back in 120 seconds.
Okay, we'll just hold until,
Yes,
until you get back.
It is temporary.
That's right, that's fine. We will hold. Everybody can get up and stretch and. But please don't leave and for some time, unless.
Please don't miss the fun.
Greatest show in town.
You ready to rock? Yeah. Good to see you. It's doing great. Thank you, thank you.
What's happening?
I'm used to grabbing the mic, is that okay?
All right, everybody, take your seat, have some order here. Sorry for the delay, but please, sir, Mr. Pelkey, please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mayor and council members and community. How are we doing today? My name is Miles Pelkey, and my wife and I live here in Indian Wells over at the province area. We also are the owners of Paradise Pickleball, and sitting here today listening to everybody's side of the story is just I can't tell you how much I deal with everything that you guys have talked about, from the noise, the sound, or the golf balls. I lived on a golf course in San Diego before we moved here, and dealing with golf balls in our backyard on a regular basis was no fun at all. I'm not going to take any sides here. I'm just going to tell you that at Paradise Pickleball, we're located 5 minutes away, and we're just right down on the border of Palm Desert and Indian Wells, right behind the Embassy Suites Hotel. We have 21 dedicated pickleball courts, 21. We also have a tennis court available as well. You can either be a member or you can just pay to drop in if you want. We have lots of programming going on, from tournaments and round robins and leagues and all kinds of things going on. So I just want to tell you all that maybe we can work something out like the Indian Wells, the country club has worked out with the tennis garden. Maybe we can work out the same sort of arrangement where they can refer people to our facility, and we can figure out how we can work together on that. Same type of arrangement they have over there at the tennis gardens. So that's it. Thank you so much, and thanks for listening to me today.
Thank you, Mr. Pelkey. Mr. Jeff Cole.
Thank you, Mayor Whitman and honorable council members. My name is Jeff Cole. My wife and I live at 46259 Club Terrace Drive. I'm a current commercial real estate investment advisor and also a former planning commissioner and chair of Newport Beach Planning Commission. Our house sits directly across from the proposed pickleball development. We actually measured based on the plan that was sent to us, about 330 feet, not 400 feet, from the property line to the closest part of the proposed pickleball court. We probably are the most impacted property for the proposed courts. Our home, like most who live here, is our sanctuary. It's our primary sanctuary, and it's our place, our quiet place for enjoyment for ourselves and our family. There's no question pickleball noise will destroy our family's ability to enjoy our outdoor backyard experience. Not part of the time, but 10 to 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Several studies have noted the sustained noise exposure has been linked to poor health outcome, and the studies have shown most surely it will be injurious to our property values as well. The noise pickleball makes is distinct. Many people are shocked at the sound when they hear it for the first time. Studies have described it as piercing, series of pings and pocks, penetrating, disruptive, nerve-wracking, continuous, and constant. It is not like tennis. It's twice as loud as tennis, with 4 times the number of people in the same amount of space, which brings another layer of excessive noise. Pickleball is social. There's loud, boisterous, laughing, yelling, sometimes obscene. That can't be measured. Our home will definitely be greatly impacted. We already hear conversations from the nearby golf driving range. The EPA states that above 55 decibels is quote unquote an annoyance that would interfere with one's daily activities. The city's own sound study shows that the LEQ, which is the average dB decibel level at the ME3 receptor, which is the one closest to our house, it's not even closest to the tennis courts as our house, actually, even with a 12-foot high walls, is above the city's daytime limit of 55 decibels. That reason alone is grounds for denying the applicant a CUP modification. You have a recipe for significant, not a marginal, noise impacted environment. This is going to be severely injurious and impacting the 25 homeowners that are within 500 feet of the proposed property. This is simply not a place for a pickleball facility. According to multiple consultants, pickleball courts should be located in designated planning recreational areas. Several of those nearby that we've heard about.
Mr. Cole, could you wrap up? You've run out of time.
Thank you. So I would say this. This is a proposal that will divide our community. It's a community that has been a golf-only community for 65 years. And it will most assuredly be detrimental to our health, safety, and well-being. So we ask that the Planning Commission deny the proposed modifications to the existing use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Joanne West.
Hi, my name is Joanne West, and I have been a resident, me and my husband have been a resident in Indian Wells Country Club inside the gates, and a member of Indian Wells since 1999. I'm an avid golfer and an avid pickleball player. Currently, I play pickleball at another location in Palm Desert. There are 32 courts there. They're adjacent to the first tee of the golf course, and they're surrounded by homes. My experience with pickleball is that from 9 to 12, it's pretty busy. After that, there's not much play. So I understand the concerns of the people that live near there, but I don't think that it's going to be an all-day situation. I don't mean any disrespect to the people that live on Club Terrace and Desi Drive, because they are my friends and my neighbors, and so I don't want to cause any problems. However, you do live adjacent to a driving range, and you do listen to the noise of the maintenance trucks going up and down the access road there, plus the big trucks that have to drive up that access road to get to the clubhouse. And then everybody pretty much has already reiterated what I want to say, but I am concerned that we are the only club in Indian Wells that does not have other amenities other than golf and bocce. And if we want to stay competitive, I think we need to add pickleball. And I think it's more of a concern that if Indian Wells does not stay viable in the community, that our property values will suffer. So I'm just speaking in support of pickleball.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Alan Marks. Alan, welcome.
Hi, Mayor and council members. My name is Alan Marks, and I'm a member of Indian Wells, a resident of Indian Wells Country Club. And I'm in favor of pickleball, like everybody, almost everybody that came up is. And I agree with most of what they said. There's two things that I think have not been brought up. And
Can you speak closer to the microphone, please?
Sure. And two things that I wanted to bring up that haven't been really talked about is 4 pickleball courts instead of 6. I'm really against that. And soft paddles, I'm against that. I think these are both things that are going to be a compromise and would be considered, but I'd rather that not happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Last but not least, Ellie Marks.
Well, my husband always says I want to get the last word in, right? So, a couple of things. I want to reiterate a lot of what has been said in favor of pickleball. Alan and I are avid players. We're not very good, but we love it. It's very good for our health. It's good socially. And we go to many different places to play. We're kind of nomads, and we play with a lot of friends at different clubs. Homes there are far closer than the homes in Indian Wells Country Club. There have not been problems. And I have talked to other realtors here. My husband and I were in real estate for years, and I've talked to realtors here who have told me that people have not bought homes in Indian Wells Country Club because we do not have pickleball. This will devalue our homes, and it's an unfortunate situation. I spoke to somebody who was buying an empty lot across the street from us about 1.5 years ago. And when they heard that we did not have pickleball, they left. They went to Desert Horizons. I feel that if you deny this, that it's just discrimination. The other clubs have it. They're near homes. They're closer to homes. And I think this is good for a sense of community, for our health. And it's not just about the revenue for the club. It's for the residents who live here also. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marks. Is that it for the public comments? We have a couple of...
Yes, before we close the public hearing regarding the public comments, the city did receive 6 written comments relating to the public hearing today. Comments were distributed to the council, uploaded to the city website, and are available for public inspection by our community. Comments were received by from Anthony Arena, Jim and Maureen Gilbert, Jay Andre, John Kelly, Maria Molina, and Victor Pai. Thank you.
Okay, those will be received and filed. Close the public hearing. Council deliberations. Let me start with Brian Penna.
Good afternoon, everyone. Obviously, this is a very contentious situation. It's unfortunate that it is this contentious, but a decision's going to have to be made today. And there's a lot of information that was received today. Some of it probably wasn't implemented correctly. So for me, it's hard for me to make a decision when the engagement seems to be flawed. The residents weren't given notice. And it's not just from what I've heard today. I've spoken with many residents eating out. Where do you live? Indian Wells Country Club. Did you receive any notice about pickleball? Nope. Do you live close to the clubhouse? Did you receive a survey? No, I did not. So I feel as if the engagement wasn't done properly. I wish it would have been done, because this would be a lot easier today. With that, I'm not going to argue about the overlay, because I think it can be interpreted to be pro or against. So I'm going to take that off the table in my remarks. With that, I'm just right now without a decision.
Okay. Dr. Taylor.
Okay, so first of all, the people who live, many of the people who live on the streets most affected are friends. So I want to just say that, you know, this job can have its benefits and can have its frustrations. So for me, it's really clear. I've listened to everybody very, very carefully. And there are, you know, a number of elements that kind of derive my thinking on this. First of all, you know, a lot of people talk about the quality of life and our belief and support for the quality of life in Indian Wells. Happiness is a key element to the quality of life, and we are a city that promotes heavily and invests heavily in outdoor sports, from the BNP Paribas to the Indian Wells Golf Resort. Therefore, by that nature alone, I don't think that is a negative against quality of life. I actually think pickleball increases the quality of life. People worry about their homes and the value of the homes going down. Could it be possible that by adding pickleball would attract homes, buyers, and increase the value of homes? I think so. 100 yards. So I'm very, very active at the University of Southern California, and I can tell you that I cannot hear from one side of a football field, which is 100 yards, less than the actual distance between the pickleball courts and the first home. I cannot hear anybody. I can't hear people talk. I can't even barely hear people yell. It's a long way away. I also think that there's a right that a country club has to expand its membership, to expand its profitability. I mean, God knows we spend hundreds of hours debating on this dais what happens if, you know, Kestrel misses its, you know, monthly target by $10,000, or if, you know, the resident benefit card is analyzed to go up or down in value. The idea of our taking consideration for the Indian Wells Golf Resort and its financial viability for our own city's viability is the same and consistent, thoughtful approach that we have to give the owners of the Indian Wells Country Club. They have the right to increase membership of the entire membership of that country club, and they have the right to expand their offerings, as long as it's within the codes, et cetera, and it is. I would also argue that I also really like the idea of you know, promoting health, especially for the elderly and women. I know firsthand, as a pickleball player myself, that it is a real added value to have that in a country club. There have been 2 golf courses in the Coachella Valley that have gone fallow. The golf interest in golf declined rapidly. We lost 1 million golfers a year prior to COVID hitting. the game of golf was in desperate decline. And I worry about a country club and its viability in the long run. I don't know. I don't think I have a crystal ball. But we can certainly look at past data that shows that over time, interest in golf may wane. It's certainly a consideration for all of us who are investing in the Indian Wells Golf Resort. And so what is a golf resort to do to keep, and a country club to keep viable? I also think there's an element that hasn't been discussed today, which is people are buying homes in a place called the Indian Wells Country Club. And the Indian Wells Country Club is just that. It's a country club. And the right for a country club to improve its facilities and members is a part of that right. It's kind of like buying a house often near an airport, or it's kind of like buying a house near a high school, where you know what you're getting into when you go into that country club, when you're buying a house in the residential neighborhood of a high school. And, for you then to complain, well, they're increasing the number of airplanes, which is a discussion that's happening right now in Palm Springs. They're increasing the number of airplanes coming in and out of Palm Springs. I have a house that's close to the airport. I don't want to have more planes coming in and out of Palm Springs International Airport. Or I don't want to have Gerald Ford Elementary School, that just won an award today, increase the number of students that come into that school facility, because I have a house next door, and that's going to increase the number of cars in the morning dropping my kids off, or the increase in the cars picking them up in the afternoon, or the number of lunch boxes that are thrown on the ground and make noise. I just think that at a certain point here, we have to kind of understand that the Indian Wells Country Club is just that, and has the right to be a country club. And the voting members of that country club have the right to decide whether they're going to put in a pickleball court or not. So in my opinion, this is pretty clear, which is that they're living within the ordinance of the city. They're going above and beyond the requirements that we require for a pickleball court to be put in, including sound, noise, barriers and walls, and they're putting it next to the country club, so it's not like you're taking a flat piece of land that already has an amazing view. They're putting it next to the country club. So, in essence, the lighting and the walls and the country club, et cetera, are kind of mixed in with the actual physical structure of the country club. And I can tell you that, pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America. And, I think that not invented here or not in my backyard is an accurate way of kind of looking at this. We had people lining up out the doors here about not wanting to put in a park next to El Dorado for all the same reasons. And right now, we haven't gotten a single complaint. There isn't any homeless people sitting over there. There isn't any graffiti sitting over there. It's a beautiful park. It's an absolutely spectacular park. I think those of us who say a public company is not supporting the city of Indian Wells or the residents of Indian Wells is unfair to that company. The company is trying to do the opposite. The company is trying to invest in the city of Indian Wells, invest in the company, in the country club itself, invest in the membership, and is trying to maintain a properly held business. So for me, this is very clear, and it may actually refute some of my friends who live near the driving range, et cetera, and I understand that, and for that I apologize, but that's my opinion.
Councilmember Sanders.
Thank you, Mayor Whitman. Is my mic on? No. Okay, it's on. Thank you. Look, I could justify for myself voting against this on the basis that a reasonable, in my view, a more reasonable interpretation of the zoning code would require that we deny this. Our zoning code is a mess, and it really needs to have some very close scrutiny and careful attention in order to clean it up. But I don't need to fall back on the zoning code in order to justify my opposition to this project. Look, the point was made that at the El Dorado, Desert Horizons, the Vintage, Toscana, there are tennis courts and pickleball courts that are much closer to homes than the proposed pickleball court at the Indian Wells Country Club. But there's a very distinct difference between those situations and this one. People who bought their homes at those country clubs bought their homes with the knowledge that there was a use there that they were going to have to live with as long as the country club wanted to maintain pickleball or tennis. Here, pickleball is moving to the residents. These people bought their homes, they made certain assumptions, they looked at the golf course overlay zone, and they made their decision to buy their homes or build their homes on the basis that there would be a driving range there. And now, again, getting back to the zoning code, which I really don't have to justify my opposition, but getting back to the zoning code, now through an interpretation that I think is erroneous, somehow, some way, we're able to manipulate the zoning code in a way that bypasses the state planning and zoning law and essentially lets the city council put uses on property that aren't zoned for that use anytime they want. It just makes a mockery of the zoning code. My opposition at this point is based upon a couple of things. Number one, the noise study measures kind of the average noise over time. The problem with pickleball is it's a constant pop, 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 pop. And I don't care if I'm 100 feet away or 500 feet away, that would drive me crazy. So that's one reason I'm opposed. Secondly, I haven't seen any analysis of alternative sites within the country club. I'm very familiar with the country club grounds. I was a member of the country club for some time, and in my view, with a little bit of effort and perhaps the expenditure of a little bit more money, there are alternative sites that can be created for this use, which would be much less intrusive and would avoid a lot of the problems that we're hearing about today. On that basis, I'm opposed.
Mayor Pro Tem Reed.
I live in a country club. We have a golf course. We have a driving range. We've got a putting area. We have a big swimming pool. We've got a lap pool. We have a saltwater pool. We have tennis courts. We have pickleball courts. We just completed a multi-million dollar gymnasium, state-of-the-art, world-class gymnasium. We have all kinds of physical activities, which if you look at me, you know I don't participate. But they are available if I ever had the desire to do it. It is a real country club. I don't think the Indian Wells Country Club, even though they call themselves a country club, is a country club. It's not a country club. It's a golf club. And they now want to expand into a new field, albeit that's still athletic, because, as they candidly said, they're looking for 150 or more new members. And I can understand that, and I totally understand the business venture of it. I completely understand. But it is beyond comprehension to me that at my country club, they would even consider putting in a pickleball court in the driving range. It doesn't belong in a driving range. It belongs on a tennis court. And we took out, I think, 2 tennis courts and put in, I don't know the numbers, but the pickleball courts replaced existing tennis courts. And that's where pickleball courts belong, either where you play tennis or, as this gentleman who was here earlier and did his little infomercial about his facility, you know, it's not in a residential area with multi-million-dollar homes and people who have purchased thinking that they were going to live at a golf course and now are being subjected to the possibility of living next to a 12-foot fence and everything that goes with it. So I'm not convinced that this is in the best interests of the city, and I am not prepared to support it.
And listening to this and coming into here to listen to the discussion about this, I really wasn't sure which way I was going to go on this, but when I go and try to consider things, my process is to look at the data and look at the rules and the process that we're supposed to follow. Although it's been said that the council has unlimited discretion to make this decision, I don't think that's totally true because we do have a municipal code section for the approval or disapproval of a conditional use permit, which is essentially what we're being asked to do. And we sit here as a quasi-judicial body to do that. So we receive evidence and we look at the law and we look at the facts. The Planning Commission has recommended in favor of this. And although it's not like an administrative law hearing where we have to give precedence or we have to give due support to their findings, I do, because they spent a lot of time looking at this situation, hearing from people, and getting the sound study and all of the other things. So to me, that is an important piece of the data, is that the Planning Commission did decide in favor with the addition of the noise barrier. So that's one element. The other element, and again, just like others here, I don't think it's up to us to decide the law of the zoning. That would be something that the court would decide. But I find, but the municipal code says findings. The following findings must be made to approve a conditional use permit. One, the proposed location of the conditional use is in accord with the objectives of this zoning code and the purpose of the general plan and zoning land use category in which the site is located. Number two, and I think this is the important one, the proposed conditional use will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or be materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. So looking at this one by one, is the proposed conditional use detrimental to the public health? No, just the opposite. It's probably positive for the public health. I don't think it involves safety or welfare. And then the last part is, or be materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. I think this is the crux of the matter. And the question I have is has there been evidence, not opinions, that this would be materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity? And I just listened to my colleague, Dr. Taylor, who said, hey, you know, maybe it would be positive for the value of the properties. Maybe it wouldn't be injurious, and I think some of the people have supported that. So the question is what is the evidence that's been presented that that the conditional use would be materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. I don't think there's been any evidence. There's been opinions. And so, again, it's a country club, or it's a golf club, whatever you want to call it. I think that unless they're in violation of our laws and our codes, I think they should be entitled to put up their pickleball court as long as there's no evidence that outweighs the evidence that it is an appropriate use. And so in that case, I think the preponderance of evidence that I've heard and reviewed is in favor of allowing the pickleball. And I'm sorry about that, because I think it's a really close case. I really do. I think it's very close. But I think the preponderance of the evidence supports the use. So,
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I move that we adopt the resolution to approve modification to conditional use permit number 29005 to construct and operate 6 new pickleball courts with associated sound barrier fencing, golf cart parking, lighting, drainage, and landscaping improvements adjacent to the Indian Wells Country Club clubhouse as recommended by the City of Indian Wells.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Sanders?
No.
Councilmember Penna? No. Councilmember Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Reed?
No.
Mayor Whitman?
Yes. The
Motion fails.
the motion fails. Okay, let's move on. Absolutely. Okay. We are going to move. Okay.
Yes, I did. Oh, they didn't do it right. In my opinion, they should have done a better job.
Bruce?
Yeah. 2-minute break.
2-minute break, yeah.
Let's take a 2-minute break, and we'll get back to the agenda.
Thank you.
I also agree with motion.
Thank you.
I can't.
Let's see, Council Member Sanders, I think, is missing in action. All right, we're ready to go back on here. In fact, why don't I go? I've never had you. Hello. How are you? Breathe. Breathe. The Trojan marching band is calling me.
If you had a helicopter,
If I had a helicopter, I'd be happy.
Yep.
But I don't.
You don't have a helicopter?
I don't.
What's the matter with you?
You want a few more minutes to go get a pizza, Greg?
Let's order out. What do you think? Have DoorDash deliver it.
Taylor, Dr. Taylor, I'm driving a Dodge Challenger today, which I haven't really seen what it can.
Please come in and take a seat. We are, all right, we are back in session, and we are at item H2, also about pickleball courts. Do we have a staff report? Do we have anybody, an advocate, any? Do we have 21 people talking on? Oh.
I don't think so.
Go ahead.
So, just want to preface this by saying that I won't go into the same level of detail. We've had a discussion.
Thank you. We know all about pickleball now.
Yes, you guys are experts now, and although there's a tangential connection, it's somewhat of a separate issue. So, good afternoon, Mayor and honorable members of the City Council. The item before you today is a modification of conditional use permit 285-6 for new pickleball courts and associated improvements at the Esmeralda Resort and Spa. The project is located within the Esmeralda Resort Complex, which is north of Highway 111, east of Indian Wells Lane, and just west of former Hole 17 of the Indian Wells Golf Resort Players Course. Zooming in, this shows the location of the pickleball facility adjacent to the existing above-ground garage and tennis courts. I've overlaid a schematic view of the project that provides us with a view of the property lines, the setbacks, and the site's location within the existing event lawn. I do want to point out here the setbacks, 70 feet on the east and 250 feet to the south. The applicant is requesting modification for the construction of 4 new pickleball courts, 10 20-foot tall court lights, courtside shade canopies, all enclosed with a chain link fence with a mesh. Here are some elevations that I wanted to show you. It shows the 6-foot high fence, chain link fence with a mesh, as well as those courtside canopies that I mentioned earlier. The courtside canopies will be 8 feet 11 inches tall, measured from the surface of the proposed pickleball courts. So a little bit of background context. The resorts, hotels in the city are within the resort commercial zone. These permit a variety of commercial activities related to tourism, which include recreational facilities. In this case, the Esmeralda aims to enhance its overall guest experience by providing pickleball court facilities. And the Hyatt just to the west also contains these same pickleball courts, and they are located approximately 470 feet from the nearest residence. I do want to go back that the project site is also located within the golf course overlay as shown here and the planning area 5 of the Indian Wells Golf Resort. However, being a part of the, I'll get into this a little bit deeper, but I just wanted to note this is the figure we will be looking at. Moving on. Circling back to that note on the property, it's zoned resort commercial, but also has that golf course overlay. As we've kind of gone over earlier, I just want to mention that the golf course overlay is coterminous with the boundaries of a golf course. With the pickleball courts being located on existing event lawns, which is not a golf course, and the golf course overlay standards won't apply in this case, so we will revert back to the resort commercial zoning standards, which is the base zone. The city retained, again, Acoustic Group, Inc. to perform the professional acoustic study and evaluate the noise from the four-court pickleball facilities. The noise plays noise monitors at 5 separate locations in this one, and they're noted here. The properties, what we consider sensitive receptors, are located 470 feet south of the proposed project. As part of the noise study, AGI measured ambient noise or noise during normal operations, which include vehicular and aircraft traffic, and propagated noise, which is simulated noise of pickleball play during the hours of 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. The propagated noise used data collected from these noise monitors and include any deflection from nearby structures. Noise controls were also evaluated, and they're presented here as option 1, a 10-foot high noise barrier on the east and south sides. These noise barriers are very similar to those that was presented earlier by John. Option number 2, those same 10-foot high noise barriers with quiet paddles. Option 3 are going to be the paddles only. Now, the results of the study are presented in this chart. I recognize there's a lot of technical information here, and I'm going to try to break it down as best I can. The 2 noise monitors that were placed adjacent to residential properties were noise monitors 1 and 2. Circle in red in this chart shows the impacts of unattenuated pickleball play onto residential properties. These were found to be within the city's noise standard of those 55 decibels. Unattenuated means that the noise was evaluated as the project is presented with the chain link fence and the mesh. No other attenuating control measures. Included in this chart, you'll see option 1, option 2, and option 3. These options are quieter, as you would have expected. They include noise control measures. I do want to note as well that the city's noise limits imposed on commercial properties, the Indian Wells Municipal Code doesn't set separate interior and exterior noise standards for commercial land uses, but rather the noise from these properties is evaluated based on the impacts to residential properties. So commercial properties are allowed to go past these 55 decibel limits that are imposed on residential properties. They can also go beyond the 55 decibels on other adjacent commercial properties, but this measurement or these level of noise generated from commercial uses cannot exceed 55 decibels once that noise gets to residential properties. So that's a note on how noise is controlled in the city of Indian Wells. I'm moving on to a contour map of the unattenuated option. The city's 55 decibel limit is shown in the yellow band there. As you can see, there's no impacts, or I shouldn't say no impacts, but it will not exceed 55 decibels. That yellow band won't get to those properties, and I hope it doesn't get to those properties to the south. The next option, the next set of slides that I'm going to present are the noise control options. And the first one is that noise barrier that's proposed, that 10-foot tall fence on the south and the east sides of the perimeter of the project. As you'd expect, the yellow band here gets a little bit closer to the courts, indicating less impact. That band is getting further away from the sensitive receptors. Option 2, which includes the barrier and the noise control paddles, or quiet paddles, the band gets smaller. On the next one, noise control option 3, which is just the quiet paddles, the band gets a little bit larger, but still does not meet residential property, or that line does not get to the residential properties. A photometric study was prepared for the project, and this slide notes the foot candle illumination. Foot candle illumination is just a metric used to identify light intensity. The key takeaway of this slide is that light intensity from the new light poles would not trespass into the nearest commercial or residential property. Hope that it's hard to see, but all these numbers indicate the foot candle, and they're zeroed out here at the property line. And I didn't go all the way to the residential properties down south. They stop here. These are all zeros. A little note on the landscaping and parking. There will be no parking or traffic impacts. The new courts are solely for the registered guests of the Esmeralda, and it's not open to the public. Note on the landscaping is that it would be rehabilitated and it will be restored back to its original state, if not better, at the end of construction. A note on public comment and community outreach. Staff sent out a public hearing notice on May 1st, and to date, there was only one citizen that requested more information. However, they didn't comment one way or the other for the project. A planning commission hearing was held on April 24th, 2025. The planning commission recommended approval with an added condition requiring that the project add any or all of the noise control measures in the noise study should the city's code enforcement confirm that pickleball noise exceeds the established noise standards if they field any resident complaints. And to conclude, here's staff's recommendation. The recommendation is that the City Council open the public hearing, take any public testimony, closes the public hearing, find the project exempt from the provisions of the California Environmental Quality Act under CEQA guidelines, Section 15301, existing facilities, and Section 15303, construction or conversion of small structures. And the City Council adopt the resolution to approve modification of conditional use permit number 285-6 to construct and operate 4 new at-grade pickleball courts with associated lighting, courtside canopies, and landscaping improvements adjacent to the Esmeralda Resort's existing parking garage. However, staff notices that the previous pickleball project had some controversy, so we want to extend some of the same alternative options that City Council has. Now, bear with me as I read some of these through for you. The City Council may adopt a resolution adding a condition of approval to require the use of the quiet paddles at all times or during specified times. The City Council adopt a resolution adding a condition of approval requiring the installation of the 10-foot high noise barrier fence surrounding the east and south perimeter of the facility. The third option is a resolution adding both of these conditions. And the fourth option is deny the request for modification or provide any alternative direction for staff. So
Anybody have any questions?
Yeah, staff.
Thank you,
staff
Luis.
Concludes.
Quick question.
Yes, sir.
Luis, can you go back to the slide that has the Planning Commission recommendation on it? Yeah, that's it.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's it. So if I understand this correctly, the noise mitigation measures that you discussed, the 10-foot high wall, et cetera, those are not going to be required unless there's, according to the Planning Commission's recommendation, unless there are complaints and the noise at residential areas exceeds the city's standards.
Correct,
right?
with the caveat that it would then be corroborated by the city's code enforcement department.
Okay. Any idea what the view would be like if those 10-foot walls are erected from Highway 111?
We weren't provided a visual of this, but just taking into account, once I was walking in the general vicinity outside, this is the public right-of-way, I'm unable to see the parking garage, and the parking garage would stand taller.
Is taller?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anybody else?
I can add, I believe our current tennis courts are 10 foot high.
All right, this is the applicant, so.
Just to answer that, Tim Pine, Renaissance Esmeralda.
You are the applicant.
I am the applicant. I believe, and I'd have to confirm, but I'm almost certain, the tennis courts where we're building next door to it, those are 10 foot high. I believe 10 foot, I could Google it real quick. It's a standard fence for tennis court. It's higher than the 6 feet of the pickleball court. And you cannot see that from Highway 111. So just.
Okay, thank you.
I believe, not 100%, I'll confirm.
I believe you.
Anybody else have any questions or comments for Luis? Thank you, Luis.
Thank you.
We open the public hearing. Any public comments? No public comments. Close the public hearing. Discussion?
Yeah. Based on the fact that this private enterprise has a right to have a successful club, that the quality of life in Indian Wells includes exercise and pickleball, and that it will benefit not only their residents but elderly and women. Based on the fact that I believe that this for-profit company called the Renaissance is investing in Indian Wells by putting the tennis courts up into its facility for the enjoyment and benefit of the patrons of the rest of the hotel and the city of Indian Wells. That the distance between the pickleball courts is over 100 yards away from any residential facility, and that it lives within the codes of the city and is being recommended by the city. I would pass a resolution that say we enact and approve this resolution for them to proceed.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
Second. Any discussion?
Yeah, I'll support the motion, but would the maker of the motion and the second be willing to incorporate the condition of approval recommended by the Planning Commission?
Well, I don't think it's necessary. I would not agree to it because I think the evidence shows that it's, that the presentation showed that there is no need to incorporate the condition. So.
Okay.
I mean, I think they're within the noise.
Call for the question.
Anybody else? I mean, I call for the
I'm
question
with
the addendum or the amendment suggested by Councilmember Sanders. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Well, you're going to ask me to vote? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against?
Aye.
You are
Opposed?
supposed to say opposed.
Opposed?
No. Thank you.
The motion passes 3-1. All right, the next public hearing is H3, Annual Public Hearing and Resolution on Refuse Collection and Recycling Service Rates. Kevin McCarthy.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Your consideration today is part of our annual rubbish levy. Staff recommends that you simply open the public hearing, take any public comment, close the hearing, and then adopt the resolution ordering the levy and the collection of the fees for refuse services. And of course, I'm available for any questions you have.
Any questions for Mr. McCarthy? Open the public hearing. Any public comments? Close the public hearing. Any motion?
I move.
Discussion.
Move approval of the recommended action.
Any
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Motion passes 4-0. Item H4, compliance with new legal obligations, Ray, public hearing on city vacancies and recruitment and retention efforts. Kristen.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Kristen Nelson, Administrative Services Manager. Thank you very much. The item before you today is really just a receive and file. It's information regarding the city's vacancies, recruitment, and retention efforts in compliance with Assembly Bill 2561 that was implemented to address the issue of vacancies in public agencies. The thought behind it being that these vacancies adversely affect the delivery of services and employee workload. I do want to preface before I get into this data that this is the first year that this information is being required. And in conversation with other HR leaders within the Coachella Valley and Riverside County as a whole, we recognize that this information is a snapshot in time and that the ability to take this data and implement change or look at any trends is going to unfold over the years as we continue to provide this information to you and the public. So this year, the information I have before you is for the reporting period of January 1st, 2024 to December 31st, 2024. So it is going to give you just the snapshot in time of where the city of Indian Wells was at for that calendar year. And this will be the same reporting period that you hear about from me moving forward for 25, 26, and so on. So under the law, there are a couple of requirements that we need to be sure we fulfill. One of them is that we conduct the public hearing, which we're doing now for you. And the public hearing is required to take place prior to the annual approval of the budget or adoption of the budget. So you'll also be hearing from me again next year when we do the mid-year budget review and adoption. The report should include a status of vacancies, which I'll go over with you, recruitment and retention efforts, employee association participation. Under the law, recognized employee organizations for each bargaining unit, of which the city has one, the Indian Wells Employee Association, is given the opportunity to make a presentation during the public hearing if they chose to do so. As a courtesy, the association was advised of the public hearing and was informed of their legal entitlement to make a presentation. Finally, additional reporting requirements for high vacancy rates. The bill specifies 20% and above is implemented. If we were to hit that 20% and above mark, there is additional provisions in the bill that would require us to provide you with additional information. I'm happy to report we did not come anywhere near that percentile. So during the reporting period, our status of vacancies, in general, the city of Indian Wells had 34 full-time staff on payroll. There were no part-time staff. 3 employees separated from the city during that reporting period. All of them were non-represented. And only 1 position was vacant at the conclusion of the calendar year. That was our assistant city manager position, which was under active recruitment at the conclusion of 2024. During that time, we had 4 new hires. I know it's a little strange because I said, oh, we had 3 people leave, but then I say we have 4 new hires. It's really 4 recruitments. We recruited 4 new hires during the reporting period, but because of separations and reclassifications, these were all vacancy fills, not addition to any staffing. So the FTE remained the same throughout the reporting period. So, a little caveat before I get into this recruitment timeline. Recruitment for the city is handled in one of 2 ways. It's either handled through administrative services internally here with staff or externally through contract with an executive recruitment firm. And that depends on the position being flown. We typically don't look to do a contract with an executive recruitment firm unless we're looking to bring in an executive level position or above. So this 6-week timeline is for internal recruitments. This 6 weeks is the amount of time it takes for our standard recruitment efforts to fill a vacant position from the date it's flown to the new employee's first day of work here at City Hall. This is just an example of those 4 recruitment efforts that occurred during the reporting period. As you can see, the 2 standard recruitments both fell into that 6-week recruitment timeline. Our professional and contracted recruitments ran a little bit longer. They tend to average 3 months or more, depending on what the contract specifies for the recruitment effort. The city posts all open positions on our Human Resources webpage, as well as job boards with NeoGov, also known as governmentjobs.com, Jobs Available, and the Municipal Management Association of Southern California, or MMASC. As appropriate, depending on the position, all of our jobs are also listed with the International City County Management Association, the American Public Works Association, the California Association for Local Economic Development, the California Society of Municipal Finance Officers, and or the Government Finance Officers Association. I do want to note that external recruitment with our contracted recruitment firms do extend a wider net through the selected firms' platforms of choice, which could include Public CEO, California City News, social media, the recruiter's own outreach efforts, and more. Some of our retention data during the reporting period, our fully funded positions, again, all of which were full-time, were net 0. We did have a couple of changes in terms of the number of represented versus non-represented. We just had the 1 during the reporting period, and that was because of a reclassification of the job, which took them from a represented position to a non-represented position. A quick comment on retention. We offer a variety of engagement, support, and benefits for our employees as part of our approach to retention. These include professional development and training, tuition support, employee recognition initiatives, a comprehensive benefits package, flexible work arrangements, annual file cleanup days, wellness week, and employee appreciation lunches. I tried to make it quick for you, but I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Nelson. Anybody have any questions or comments?
I do not. Well, how about public?
Is anybody else here?
This is state mandated?
Yes.
All right, open the
Thank you.
public hearing. Do we have any public comments? Close the public hearing. Anybody have discussion or a motion?
I move approval of the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 4-0. Okay. I think that is the end of our public hearings, and we move to, and that's to approve, receive, and file. Is that correct? Okay. General business. Item I.1. Ordinance adopting the fire hazard severity zone map published by the Office of the State Fire Marshal in compliance with California Fire Code and Government Code Section 51179. Wes, do you have a brief report?
I will try to
Mr.
keep it
Mayor,
very brief.
Before Wes starts, I have so many questions on this. I feel like I'm ill-equipped to act on this. Is there any detriment to the city if this is postponed to the next meeting?
We could table this till the June meeting?
I believe they give us 120 days from the time that we posted it.
No, Wes is absolutely correct, but if I can ask, if council members do have questions in advance, get those to staff, the city attorney. We'll make sure we try to address those before your next meeting as well.
Okay.
Okay, so we will table this and move it to June. Thank you,
Off the
Wes.
hook. No, thank you.
Sorry you had to hang around, Wes.
That's okay. Thank you.
I-2, supplemental appropriation for the implementation of emergency access sensor rebate program and municipal code update mandating installation on new development. Is this the Opticom?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let's have a brief report on that. I think we've all have knowledge on it.
Perfect. Mayor and members of the council, Kristen Nelson, Administrative Services Manager. As Mayor Whitman mentioned, it's an item that you're all aware of, so I will try to make this quick. As you know, Indian Wells consists of numerous gated communities throughout the city, and under the California Fire Code, providing access for responding public safety vehicles, these gates must have a key box. We publicly commonly refer to these key boxes as Knox boxes, so you'll hear that phrase fairly commonly in conversation. These boxes open with a key that the fire department and the sheriff's department have access to, and inside is a key that opens the gate. And the Knox box key locks those gates open so that emergency response units and personnel can quickly and easily access the property and get to residents in need. In addition to Knox boxes, there is a tool called an emergency access sensor, which we again commonly refer to as an opticom, which provides another layer of access for responding public safety vehicles. The opticom device opens and closes the gate. It does not lock it open like a Knox box does. It performs more like a garage door opener, if you will. The California Vehicle Code does not require that gates have both a Knox box and an opticom sensor. However, we have been told by the fire department that these opticom sensors can reduce response time by approximately 30 seconds. At the April 16th, 2025 Public Safety Committee meeting, the committee recommended that the City Council implement a program to require the installation of these sensors or of opticom devices at each of the existing gates within Indian Wells over a period of the next 12 months. Part of wanting to encourage prompt compliance with that effort, the Public Safety Committee also recommended that a rebate program be established to offer a $500 rebate for each gate on which an emergency access sensor is installed. The idea from the Public Safety Committee was to say, put forward the rebate program for the first 6 months of the 12-month compliance expectation period, try and see if we can use this rebate as an opportunity to strongly encourage our HOAs to get these devices installed with an approximate 50% rebate under that $500 amount. And if anybody applies for it during that period of time, whether it is a new or existing gate, they would get that rebate upon proof of purchase and installation. However, after the 6-month period, assuming the council adopts a change in the municipal code, these opticom devices would still be required and would need to be installed within that next 6 months for a total implementation period of 12 months, in theory implying that every gate within the city of Indian Wells would have an opticom device, rebated or not, after a 12-month period. So a couple of options that are available is that the council can choose to implement the rebate program, allocating a supplemental appropriation of $15,000 for implementation and mandating the installation of sensors on existing and future new developments through a modification to the municipal code. Proceed only with the implementation of the rebate program, again allocating that $15,000 supplemental. Choose not to implement the rebate program, but continue with the mandate for the installation of the sensors on new and existing developments. Implement a rebate program with a different allocation amount, or provide alternative direction.
Wow.
It's a lot.
Dizzying array of.
I'm available if you have any questions.
So option one is the one that the staff recommends, which is to make it mandatory by amending our municipal code and providing a $15,000 rebate program.
Correct, and that's the recommendation of your Public Safety Committee as well.
Okay.
And that would fund all the gates in the city of Indian Wells that are required?
Correct.
$15,000.
That would fund in the installation of sensors on all of the gates within the city of Indian Wells that, per the fire department, currently have Knox boxes, yes.
Do we have a motion?
I move that we accept the recommended action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? The motion passes 4-0. And by the way, there were no public comments on that. Thank you. I don't think we need, do we need those on a general business? I don't know, but anyway, just to say Mayor Pro Tem Reed has been excused for medical reasons once again. Okay. Item I3, consideration to amend the scholarship and community assistance funding policy. Mr. McCarthy.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. As directed by the City Council at your February meeting, the Finance Committee has proposed 2 changes to the sponsorship and community assistance funding policy. The first change essentially treats every sponsorship and assistance funding request like the Grants and Aids program, which means that going forward, all applicants must now fill out a detailed proposal of how the funds will be spent, and those who had actually received money, those recipients, must also submit a comprehensive report within 90 days. The report must outline how the funds were utilized, detail actual expenditures, describes different outcomes, and identify any challenges along the way. The second recommendation from the Finance Committee is to the change of funding requests exceeding $200,000. New going forward would be a City Council appointed committee that would review the proposals and make formal recommendations to the full City Council. And also, to help us promote better civic engagement, the city would retain complete oversight and all control of all community outreach efforts related to these funding requests, which means that even though the applicant themselves are paying 100% of the costs, the city remains in full control. And with that, that concludes my report, and of course I'm available for any questions you may have.
Does anybody on the council have any questions or comments?
Just a brief question. The Finance Committee formulated this recommendation, and but it was actually initiated by Dr. Taylor. Just want to make sure he's comfortable with it.
So I'm just, I apologize, long day, confused about the requirement of funding. Would you care to go over that again for me?
Sure. So if you were to make these changes, moving forward, all sponsorship and community assistance funding applicants would now be required to have a detailed funding proposal to the City Council outlining exactly what the request was for funds, how it will be used, so on and so forth. In addition, any recipients receiving money will also now be required to submit a detailed report of how the funds were used, what is the detail, what things were achieved, and if they had any
in what time
challenges
frame?
along the way. That report is due 90 days after the completion of whatever funding assistance they're asking for. So
So that's the one piece that I couldn't quite understand. So if we gave, you know, what was it, $2 billion to the zoo? No, $500,000. $500,000 to the zoo. Then 90 days later, we send that tomorrow. 90 days later, they got to come back and tell us how they spent the money?
90 days after they complete whatever project they're requesting for.
Okay, now I
So
understand.
that may be 180
I understand.
days or 2 years, whatever.
Right, but I would love to add, prior to us investing more money, so 90 days after their completion of their activity, fine, but not before we continue to invest or give money to that particular organization until they tell us how they've spent the first payment. Let's say there's an overage. Let's say they come back and we haven't completed the project, but we're really close and we need another $10,000. Or let's say it's an ongoing gift, right? And they want us to renew the gift. But at the end of the day, 1 year later, they've said, here's how we've spent the money. We're not complete with the services that you've requested, but we need to have more money because of X, Y, and Z. And here's the data that shows what we've done so far. So I would like to add to this amendment that simply it's either what would it be, the earlier of, in 90 days from completion, or within, or prior to any additional funding to that particular organization?
Mayor and Council, to Dr. Taylor's request, there is already a provision that prevents this as well, but specific to what you've just said, if the good council would allow me to tinker with it a little bit, I don't think there's much to do, but I just want a chance to look at it. Again, there's a provision in there that says if you can have no additional funds until you've reported back to the council.
Yeah, that's, as a member of the Finance Committee, along with Councilman Reed, that's fine with me. I think the Finance Director has the gist of what you're asking
So I would
for.
then recommend that we adopt the resolution amending the City Wells fiscal policies and procedural manuals as noted here, that before we give any additional funds, that they must report on the use of proceeds, the funds we got.
Second the motion.
Any discussion? Okay, call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0 with the amendment by Dr. Taylor.
Well done.
All right, item I4.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to ask for the change of the or not the recommendation, but the motion. I think you read the next item and not the sponsorship and community assistant funding policy. I think it was mentioned the fiscal policy of the city.
Well, okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Go ahead, why don't you?
Sorry,
give us
what was
a
I, if I've been incorrect, I think that the item before you is the sponsorship policy and not the fiscal policy, which is your next item on the agenda.
No, it was, yes. We did
Okay.
the sponsor.
It was
Oh, I'm sorry, it was still up on the screen. Then that's my mistake.
Now we're moving on to fiscal.
Yeah.
Right, but I think the motion said
Well,
to
I think
amend
the
the fiscal
amendment
policy.
was to amend the fiscal policies. Proceed.
Sponsorship,
Yeah.
We got it? Okay, let's move on.
long day.
Item I4, amendments to the Fiscal Procedures Manual, request for proposal cycle and claims management. Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you again, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, as directed by the City Council, the Finance Committee has proposed 2 new changes to the Fiscal Procedures Manual. The first recommended change is as to the length of the contract term for certain professional services. These categories would include legal services, auditing services, public relations services, legislative and landscaping services, and management fees specific to the Indian Wells Golf Resort and our Housing Authority properties. For these categories, the Finance Committee recommends establishing a standard 3-year term agreement, and as the time goes by, if it becomes beneficial to the city, the contract may be amended up to 3 1-year extensions, which must be approved by the City Council in a public meeting. The second change to is relative to the management of city claims outside of the CJPIA coverage. As you know, the City of Indian Wells is a member and a partner with the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority that handles all of our claims. From time to time, some of those claims fall outside of the coverage provided by the insurance authority. The Finance Committee has recommended a 2-prong approach to solve this. First is to resolve lower value claims. In this category, the Finance Committee recommends granting the authority to the city manager to manage and resolve claims less than $25,000. And second, for claims in this category exceeding $25,000, that the City Council will continue to resolve all of those claims themselves. With that, that concludes my presentation, and of course, I'm available for any questions you have.
Is there any public comment? No public comment. Okay, discussion.
Once again, Mr. Mayor, the Finance Committee has acted on this, made its recommendation, but the impetus for this was Dr. Taylor. Just want to make sure that he's satisfied with this.
Thank you. And the only thing that I didn't see in the recommendation was that I think the city council needs to be notified of any lawsuits against the city.
Yes, sir. Dr. Freeland has spoken to me about that, and we'll make a modification to that as well.
Right, so even though it can be handled internally, we just need to be notified.
Right.
So with that modification, I would recommend that we proceed.
What's the current policy for renewal for contracts?
Well, it varies. The maximum term under the Fiscal Procedures Manual allows up to 5 years, but contracts are very specific, and so some are 1-year contracts, 3 years, but under the current policy, we allow up to a maximum of 5 years.
Okay, thank you.
And of course, we would, this is all prospective.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
I move the recommended action with the addition of the notice requirement to the city council of any claims regardless of their.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. Item I-5, once again, Mr. McCarthy, fiscal year 2025-27 biennial operating budget and 5-year capital improvement plan. I don't think we need any discussion on this minor issue.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. We'll just move forward. Today, I'm going to just cover 3 important areas. We're going to look at the general fund forecast, our capital and projects over the next 5-year period, and then look at golf resort operations moving forward. Looking at the forecast, very similar to what we just shared with you during strategic planning. We'll finish out the year with about $6.7 million in surplus this year. Next year, we're going to stay flat with tourism revenues coming into the city, whether we're actually heading to a full recession or we're having political issues relative to tariffs. Either way, we're going to be extremely conservative next year. And the big takeaway here is that over the next 10-year forecast, I expect to generate about $55 million in surplus in that term. I think that one of the things that are very important as we move forward is that we be very deliberate with that surplus. And as you can see here, over the next 10-year period, be very purposeful in building additional capital reserves and additional reserves, especially in our golf resort fund over that next period. I know that we are currently under construction with the remodel of the Players Course. We've already begun conversations looking at potentially doing a rehabilitation project to the Celebrity Course. And as I would assume, in the next decade or 2, we'll start talking about actually refurbishing the clubhouse. The goal with building these reserves, in my head, is that the City Council would have funds available to it when those types of projects come before it, and we can point directly to the funding source when we move forward. Looking at the capital improvement project, over the next 5 years, we're going to be very busy. We have 56 projects on the books, totaling about $68 million in revenue. Now, in truth be told, most of these projects are coming within the first 2 years of this budget, and that they were actually already adopted by the City Council last year as part of your capital speed-up program, where we took the 5-year capital improvement project and kind of sped it up to a 2.5-year project. The big takeaway here I want to make sure Council understands is that we've already have identified the funding sources necessary to be able to pay for these projects. In the first line there, we're talking about cash and bond proceeds totaling about $24 million. Those funds, even though it's for a 5-year term, will be available to you on July 1st, 2025. The remaining grants and federal funding of about $44 million come over time as those projects are developed and move forward. If there's any change that we see in any of the grants or federal funding, we don't go forward with the project, we come right back to City Council for your review and approval and give you options at that time. Looking at the golf resort, I think one of the greatest things that the City Council has done for staff relative to the golf resort is being able to develop your council goals. And what you're seeing here are the profit centers related to the Indian Wells Golf Resort and your council goals. Now, those percentages are the net operating profit that Troon is required to hit as a percentage of all of the revenue being generated by those profit centers. So one of the things I think you can see here is that in your proposed budget that lays before you, developed by our golf course partner, is that Troon either meets or exceeds these revenue projections in every single category. And of course, where this ends up landing, and this was the same consolidated sheet that I provided for council during strategic planning, is looking at the net operating income. For all 3 years, we've been profitable. The furthest one on the right, we actually finished 23-24 with about $6.7 million in revenue. We generated $700,000 in capital costs for that year and ended up with a net profit after capital of about $1 million. This year, we've reforecasted the financials and look to finish up the golf resort of about $350,000. We adopted a $550,000 capital plan, and it looks to me like we'll actually finish up negative this year of about $200,000. I will tell you that now we've had enough money, we've been profitable long enough that we have enough money already in the golf resort fund itself. I don't imagine by the end of the fiscal year that we'll need to transfer any money from the general fund whatsoever to make up for that loss. I think there's enough cash in that fund to take care of it. Moving forward, we project, again, these 2 years, we're in construction, so they're not as good as we were in 23-24, but we'll finish up the year with about $500,000 in profit and $353,000 in capital costs, and finish the year with a surplus, a net income after capital expenditures of about $130,000. And with that, that completes my presentation. I'm available for any questions. All of your senior management staff are here if you have any detailed questions regarding the budget itself, or of course we have executive management from our Troon partners as well. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Is there any public comment on the budget? No public comment. Any discussion or any questions for Mr. McCarthy or any of the management team?
I'd like to note that we've just, there's no public comment on a $40 million expenditure, but we spent 2.5 hours on pickleball. I think you did an extraordinary job with this budget. It's really something. The way you have managed our reserves and our financials is commendable. And even in a year where this year the golf course is closed for several months, next year the golf course is closed for several months fiscally, and we're only seeing minimal losses is exemplary as well, not only by you, who's putting together the piece of paper for us to look in and approve, but also by Troon, who's doing an excellent job at managing the operations. So please note the commendable results and projections and fiscal responsibility by you and Troon in this budget on a moving forward basis.
I'd like to add, yeah, the savings plan is spectacular. To see how much money we're going to be putting away for future capital improvements it's really comforting, actually. Additionally, can you lament a little bit on the capital improvements, whereas we don't get the funding with the grants?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So, thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council, Councilmember Penna. One of the things, to answer your question, working with all of our grant teams, we have projected how much in grants will be in a part of each of those 56 capital projects. So if the grant per se evaporates or is less than what we've projected, there is a security in place with the city council that we actually stop that project. If it actually costs more money than what we've projected as far as the city cash relating to that $24 million I just alluded to, if there's any change to that, then by project, by the way, we'll stop and then come back to you with a decision-making process.
Great. Protecting our general fund. Thank you.
I just want to say financially and in many, many other ways, we're the envy of every city in California. So thank you, Kevin. Great job.
The only comment I would have is to sort of go along with Dr. Taylor. I know he said it in jest, but I think it's a serious matter that we're just discussing the budget at 5:30 instead of earlier, or maybe even an entire meeting to go over the budget when we spent 2.5 or 3 hours on a pickleball court. I think hopefully next year we can. I know we have to do it now because we have legal obligations, but I would like to see even a special meeting to go over the budget in more detail as a group. And I know we go over it one-on-one, and I appreciate that, but I just feel like to spend 10 minutes or 15 minutes on a budget that involves close to $70 million in capital improvements, I think it deserves more than that. So that's my comment. But anyway,
I don't think you'll find any argument.
No.
All right.
We're just fortunate enough to have an amazing staff.
Yes.
That
I agree.
Watches every little step and notifies us, and yeah, so we're very fortunate.
So with regard to item I.5, I'll move the recommended action.
Any second?
Yes. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Passes 4-0.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you. We are going to move along to the final area, which are council member reports. Council members may make a referral to staff or request staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. And in that regard, item J1, Councilmember Taylor requests to place a discussion item on a future city council agenda, support the formation of the Coachella Valley Coalition for Clean Air.
So,
Councilmember Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I also, at your approval, consolidate this comment with my K3 Councilmember Taylor?
Sure.
As I need to leave to go to my daughter's graduation.
Yes.
Okay. So I'd like to agendize several items for our June meeting. The first is Indian Wells' involvement in a private-public partnership to support the clean air in Coachella Valley. It's just an agenda item at this point in time. I'm happy to answer any questions, but maybe what I could do is go through the other 3 agenda items that I'd like to also add, and then we can decide if it's okay to add all 4, or whether you want to talk about any one of them individually. Is that okay?
Whatever
Okay.
is best for you.
Thank you. I would also like to agendize the concept of approving, what's the word for it? Not having to approve individual discretionary spending up to our $5,000 and bring it before the city council. In other words, as long as each one of us has an initiative that is city-related, that we have the ability to go to that particular event on behalf of the city and our professional elected positions without having to come to city council for pre or post approval up to our annual $5,000 spend.
I think it's right now 2,500, is it not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I want to increase it to 5,000.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Clarification, it was one of the items in the budget that was discussed. So with the new fiscal year budget, it's going, the $2,500 expenditures limit for each council has been exceeded, or increased to 5,000.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So the third item is, I'd like to agendize the clarification for the golf committee.
Wait, can I clarify
Sure.
the second one?
Please.
So you want to be able to attend an event that's not a city-sponsored event up to your $5,000 limit without having to come to council for approval of that?
Right. In other words,
Okay, I got
you have a particular item, I believe, a rodeo or
Yeah,
something.
right.
$350.
Thank you, that was great.
It probably costs more than $350 to put that on the agenda, bring it in front of us, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think that's significant. I think, we can make those decisions on a discretionary basis. At least that's what I want to add to the agenda.
Okay.
Just on the agenda, that's all you're asking for.
That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for approval of anything.
All right.
I also want to add to the agenda a golf committee resolution around clarifying the existing resolution for us, for the golf committee to be able to discuss items freely that cost money, that may impact the overall financial budget or have financial implications to the golf to the golf resort, but just at a committee level, I want to clarify that language. Again, this is just an agenda item. I'm not asking for any vote at this time. Another agenda item I would love to add is the ability for the council to remove someone from a committee with or without cause, with a majority vote for city council. And another item I would like to add is the agendizing a formulation of an ad hoc committee to seek a professional golf tournament in the city of Indian Wells. Those are the 5 agenda items I would recommend that we add to the June committee, or the June meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I'm fine with just putting these items on the agenda as long as there's an understanding that a yes vote is not an endorsement. And we can have a freewheeling discussion on each of these, and on that basis, I'll move that we put the 5 items that Dr. Taylor has just enumerated and put them on the agenda.
So I would like to separate out 2 of these. One is the J1, the discussion item on a future city council agenda, because I want to discuss that one a little bit, and we may have a comment from Councilmember Garner on that. So here's what I'm thinking about this one. We have already, at our strategic planning, council voted to create an ad hoc committee on clean air issues with Councilmember Penna and Councilmember Sanders. And so I'd like to hear from the 2 of you on what you've done, if anything so far, or what you think about this proposal, and what role you think you would play in this.
Well, for my 2 cents, he's asked to put it on the agenda, and I thought that the discussion would occur when it's on the agenda. It's not on the agenda now, so it might be treading into Brown Act issues if we start, discussing this at this time. I will say this, Councilmember Penna and I were appointed as an ad hoc committee. We have done some work. We're happy to report on that work when we get to the next council meeting, when this item is on the agenda. And there's, I'm sure, a way that we can meld all of this together and make for a cohesive city unified program going forward.
Okay. Ms. Councilmember Garner, would you like to, been here all day, so I want to give you an opportunity.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I am on the City Council. Thank you. I am on the City Council in Palm Springs. I'm Grace Garner, but I'm here in my capacity as the Senior Policy Advisor for Supervisor Manuel Perez. So one of my duties is to stay on top of AQMD and clean air initiatives within the Coachella Valley. And so when I heard about your discussion, that's why I decided to come. Whether or not you move forward with this proposal is not why I'm here. I just want to let you know several actions that we're already taking. We do have a dust summit that's coming up in November to talk about the air quality specifically related to the dust, as we've seen those increases since Hurricane Hillary. Leading up to that dust summit, we are going to be hosting some listening sessions to better prepare AQMD for that dust summit, to make sure that they are fully aware and understand the needs of our valley. We are also going to be participating in Healthy Desert, Healthy You, which is put on by the Desert Healthcare District. It's an environmental health summit held September 11th to the 12th. The supervisor will be there on September 11th participating in a panel, and he'll specifically be raising the air quality issues as well. And just for your knowledge, the AQMD meetings are monthly. The next one is June 6th at 9 a.m. They are in Diamond Bar, California, but they're also virtual. I watch them virtually, and occasionally we do have them in the Coachella Valley. We had one last month in Palm Desert. So those are some of the actions that are being taken. To clarify, the supervisor is on the AQMD board for our region, and he is the only member for our region. I am fairly new to this job, so I'm catching up with kind of the different measures that are happening in the Coachella Valley in this capacity. But if any of you want to talk further before your next meeting about this, or if you'd like us to provide comment during that meeting, I'm happy to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. And thank you for coming today. The other one I'd like to separate out is and discuss is the financial discussion to put on the agenda. I think that to me this is a question to put on the agenda, a new resolution or an amendment to the resolution that we already have that we put into effect last year, that specifically states that the golf resort committee does not engage in any financial reporting, discussions, or decisions or recommendations. I think that the resolution, which I was on an ad hoc committee, the intent was to keep financial discussion away from the Golf Resort Advisory Committee, and I don't think there's anything to clarify. To me, it should just be, if it's going to go on the agenda, it should go on the agenda as a new resolution or an amendment to the resolution we have to allow financial discussion on any matter. I don't see why we'd be picking and choosing just several issues. Is that what you're suggesting, that it would be open to any discussion of any financial matters?
No.
No, okay. I thought that's what you said before, that freely discuss all.
Please, let's hear from our general counsel.
Mayor and council, unless I'm mistaken, I think there was, Dr. Taylor floated an idea. I think there was a motion by Councilmember Sanders to put all 5 on a future agenda. I didn't hear a second. Was there a second?
I didn't know there was a motion to put all 5 on.
I heard.
I said I wanted to separate 2 out.
I know. I think you said that after the motion, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
Please correct me if I'm wrong.
And again, I just think that the discussion about this particular topic should be held in front of City Council on as agenda item versus us talking about it now.
I think Dr. Taylor seconded the motion, if I'm not mistaken.
Dr. Taylor, did you second?
No, then it was interrupted, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so this has been discussion after a motion, a second. I understand now. Thank you.
Okay, discussion then. I don't think it's appropriate to put it on the next agenda or any agenda unless it's a resolution, because we have a resolution, unless it's amended resolution. So that's my feeling. I don't know, Council, where you would go on that. We have a resolution. Don't we have to be in pari mutuae, or whatever you call that on?
In pari delicto.
I think, and I think if I'm trying to frame what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, it sounds like you floated a different idea, and perhaps as a friendly amendment to the original motion. I heard Dr. Taylor express a lack of interest in that. Would is the maker of the motion interested in expanding the scope of the discussion of the financial related matters beyond the golf committee? I think if
I don't know what the motion is for the, I heard Dr. Taylor say that his motion was to have free discussion about financial matters at the golf resort committee. And that's what I heard. Now, I don't know if that's not what you meant, then.
Well, here we're getting into the substance of the matter, which I think is inappropriate because it would constitute a Brown Act violation. If there's a resolution that has to be amended, then we can discuss that when it's on the council's agenda and come back at a subsequent meeting if there's a decision to amend the resolution. Simple.
Yeah, that's my recommendation.
We're just making this way too complicated.
Yeah, so I move to add those on the agenda.
Or you.
I think there was a motion and a second.
Right,
Let's just
and-
have a
and we're
vote.
gonna-
What is the, but I want to know what the motion is on the.
We're just
on
adding
the
them to the
golf
agenda.
resort.
We're putting the 5
To
items.
discuss the
that-
resolution as it is.
Right.
As it's written, for clarity, because there is I don't believe it is so black and white, and I've checked with our counsel, who does see that it can be interpreted a number of ways, and therefore, I think that we have to get in front of the city council to make sure we all agree on the actual wording of the resolution. If we don't agree, or we agree that it needs modification or changing, then in June, we can, just as Greg said, we can add it to the future agenda item to clarify the resolution.
So, if I may, if I can, is it accurate then to restate your idea and hence Councilmember Sanders' motion on that point, that you're suggesting that the council have a future agenda item to discuss the resolution that was adopted previously?
25-2024.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is that consistent with your understanding as the maker of the motion?
That's fine.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No. Opposed? Yes. I oppose.
Okay, so then at the behest of my timing situation, I just want to talk a little bit about the meetings that I've had. The CVAG Homeless Committee. So I believe what we've done is created a special meeting for council coming up with CVAG, right? With Tom Kirk. I believe that's in June. I think so. And so I think a lot of these things are going to be discussed at that time, but they are going to ask for an additional amount of money from the city for homeless. Having been to the opening of the new facility in Indio for homeless and those in need, I'm struggling to figure out how to support the CVAG Homeless Committee. But nonetheless, that is a discussion item for us that will come before us. The Public Safety Committee, we had presentation of the famous maps, fire maps that we are going to discuss in June. And we also had presentations from the police and fire regarding the Coachella Valley, the Coachella and Stagecoach events last month. They were very complimentary of the new CV Sync operations and very apologetic for the first day of traffic misery getting into Coachella. The Indian Wells Golf Resort Advisory Committee met, and the progress of the golf resort remodel is moving along beautifully. It's on budget and on time. Troon is taking very seriously the necessary improvement of performance by Kestrel and has brought in a general manager. If you haven't met him yet, he's terrific. to help create consistency of performance at the restaurant. The Riverside County Transportation Committee met, and we passed our budget, and there is it's remarkable on a $1.2 billion budget how none of that money is coming to eastern Riverside County, but nonetheless, it passed. The last item here is the Southern California Association of Governments met here last week. A very good meeting with representation from all over Southern California. Some terrific presentations on legislative initiatives, and a lot of time actually spent on the Olympics and what's going to be happening in Southern California with the Olympics. Not only from public transportation, but managing office work hours and a number of facilities that are being used and the number of people they expect to come in. So exciting time for Southern California in the next few years. With that said, we also took a trip to Troon with Greg, and we met with them about putting on, what are the details of putting on a tournament, professional tournament, either a senior tournament or LPGA tournament in our city. And they were very thorough and knowledgeable about what it takes to do so. They even have a division of Troon that handles events. And we would be, and they have an enormous amount of experience at putting on tournaments, and we're very transparent and clear about what it's going to take. We have, we have to find sponsors. It's $3.5 million for the senior tour, $2.5 million for the LPGA tour, and that's the number one priority in this moment. Cal Cities, we also went up to Sacramento to meet with Cal Cities, and it was also a productive few days. We met with all of our key legislators, including our assemblyman and senator. We talked about initiatives that are important to us, namely the RENA credit initiative. And we also heard a number of the issues that Cal Cities is promoting or fighting. There are a number of very significant agenda items that that do have some impact on us, like one that gives the ability to build, a 7-story structure in a public transportation hub, like a bus stop or a train station, or it's kind of shocking, and so as a way of creating density and getting through unfettered, legal pushback. And so we need to watch a few of those legislative initiatives very, very closely. With that said, that is my report, and I would like to ask the mayor for his forgiveness for me leaving early to go to my daughter's graduation.
All right, thank you, Dr. Taylor. You
Thank
are
you.
excused. Councilmember Sanders.
Thank you. Drive safe.
Yeah.
By the way. I did travel to Scottsdale, Arizona to meet with Troon along with Dr. Taylor and Dr. Freeland.
Non-doctor.
So many doctors. And
So many attorneys.
exactly. I can't add to the description of the trip that was given by Dr. Taylor, so I'll end it there, except to say that it was very productive. We learned a lot, and we know what we're in for if we host a LPGA or a seniors tour tournament. One item that I would like to add to the June agenda, for reasons that are unknown to me, our National Guard and State Guard veterans are not eligible for listing on our wall of honor out in front of the City Hall. And I'd like to have that put on the agenda for consideration of adding them to the list of eligible veterans.
Any objections?
None.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Penna.
Yes, we went to Troon, we visited Troon a month ago with Eric and City Manager Chris Freeland and Topper Taylor. Yes, he's gone. I was quite impressed with how many operations Troon has, and learning everything I learned on how they do business and what they bring to us as far as liability and HR. They are protecting us beyond belief. And so my vision of Troon and my opinion of Troon after visiting them, spending a day with them, changed the way I think about them. I didn't have a negative thought about them, but knowing how well their operation is run and how much care they have for this city, and they do love this city, was spectacular. In regard to my other committees, we had the Coachella Valley Mountains Conservancy meeting. They just acquired another huge piece of property that they've been working on for about 5 years now, and it's all cleaned up, and they removed 20 tons of tires and trash. So they're continuing their effort to clean up the valley and preserve more property, and additionally, they're working on a ranger, and they're working with the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy as a platform to follow. So they're making leaps and bounds with the Conservancy here. I don't have anything to comment on Visit Greater Palm Springs. Indian Wells Community Activities Committee, we interviewed 15 new members. We're kind of in a transition period right now, so there's not a lot to comment. We're going to have one more meeting, and then we're going to have some new committee members, and we'll start the new year. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the Coachella Valley Economic Partnership is in dissolution. As a member of the executive committee, we've spent quite a bit of time trying to resurrect that entity and even try to do joint venturing with other entities. But frankly, the partnership is insolvent, and there was no sense going on. There was a press release that was issued today discussing this, so I'll refer to that or defer to that for further information. At the CVAG Executive Committee, there were a lot of projects, and again, none of them really involving our area. There's a lot of projects in India, there's a lot of projects in Palm Springs, basically nothing for us, big money projects. There was a vote to expend another $15 million on what is it called? CV Link, to plan the extension down to the Salton Sea, and another couple of $1 million to finish some other portions of it. I abstained from the votes on that on the premise that it's against our city policy, and I didn't feel that I had the right to vote in favor of that or against it. Let's see. I think the Gulf Advisory Committee has been covered. The Desert Sands Unified School District, I think we're still waiting for that meeting coming up. The Personnel Committee essentially met in closed session, I guess you would call it today. Sunline Transit Agency, our last meeting was a budget meeting, and I would like to put something on the agenda for the next meeting as well, which is to get a report from the staff and city manager on the parameters of the functioning and portfolio of the Indian Wells Tea Committee. As we discussed, it's sort of a defunct committee, but it is a committee, and I think that the city manager has done some research into that committee, and I'd like to know what the functioning is. because I think it has a function that has to do with the setting of golf resident and other golf rates, if I'm not mistaken. And so maybe we can get a report on that, what the functioning of that is. And that's all I have. Is there any objection to putting on the next agenda?
No.
Okay. All right. With that,
Did it.
we are adjourned. The next meeting to be held at 1:30 p.m. on June 10th, 2025, here in the City Hall Council Chamber.